Chapter 528. The Tenjin Temple Saintess was getting married. Everyone thought of the beginning, but they couldn't imagine the ending. The Saint Hall supervisor was the saintess's man, yet he defeated Ling Wuji, a favored son of heaven. This was no less than a joke played by the heavens. Unfortunately, this joke wasn't funny at all. In terms of influence and background, the two of them weren't on the same level. Although the two hadn't fought before, everyone was undoubtedly optimistic about Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't make a move. He suppressed Ling Wuji with just a few words, and he had to lower his noble head. Some people were happy about this result, while others were sad. The Tenjin Temple and the Saint Hall had contacted each other, and the situation was quite bad. When Ling Wuji returned, the others couldn't sit still anymore. They all arranged for their subordinates to go back first and report the news. The supervisor, who hadn't appeared for a month, appeared again and caused such a disturbance. Undoubtedly, everyone's impression of Lin Fei had improved. Lin Fei wasn't easy to deal with. Saintess Palace. The Tenjin Temple was busy entertaining the various forces. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to see you again in this life. You have become stronger, more agile, and more domineering than before. Lin Jiqing looked at Lin Fei. As time passed, the little man was still the same as before, and he also became a bit more domineering. Lin Fei and Lin Jiqing stood by the lake. They put aside the big shots of the various forces outside and whispered to each other. A man should be domineering. Lin Fei smiled and said, Ling Wuji is lucky that he didn't make a move. If he did, I would kill him in front of him. The Empire of Darkness can't do anything to me. As a fourth tribulation scattered immortal, Lin Fei could easily kill Ling Wuji. Lin Jiqing wasn't an ordinary woman. She was the goddess of the Tenjin Temple. You offended the Empire of Darkness for me. Ling Wuji is narrow-minded and is destined to be invincible against you. The royal family will also see you as a potential enemy. Say no more. Lin Fei interrupted Lin Jiqing. You're my woman. No matter who it is, if they dare to make me their enemy, I'll kill them. If one isn't enough, I'll kill 100 of them to scare them out of their wits. If your Grand Palace Master makes a move today, I'll still kill him without hesitation. Lin Fei had become much more domineering after imbuing it with divine might. If it was in the past, he would not have dared to have such thoughts. After the divinity entered his body, Lin Fei was affected by it to a certain extent. Coupled with the fact that he was practicing the killing sword technique, he had a vague idea of killing all those who shared the same thoughts. Lin Jiqing said faintly, I originally thought that my man would be a god's favored one. I never thought that we would have karma between us that year. Lin Fei laughed. That year I was really insignificant. However, for you, even if I have to suffer untold hardships, I will still find you. Because you're the first woman in my life. He held Lin Jiqing's soft lily-white hands and said with a firm gaze, From now on, I'll take care of you and protect you. No one can take you away from me. Are you willing to be my woman? Lin Fei looked at Lin Jiqing affectionately. I'm willing to be your woman. We'll be together forever. Lin Jiqing nodded. That's great. Lin Fei hugged Lin Jiqing and kissed her hard. That year, I didn't dare to kiss you. Today, I can finally kiss you openly. Lin Jiqing had always been arrogant. Even the things that happened in the past were sealed in her memory. Being kissed in front of her, Lin Jiqing blushed like a peach blossom and felt shy. The two sat down and talked about their experiences over the years. Most importantly, Lin Jiqing was listening and Lin Fei was talking. Every time they encountered danger, Lin Jiqing would hold Lin Fei's hands tightly. Lin Jiqing never thought that her man had experienced so many trials. It could be said that he walked out of the trials of life and death. Finally, he had the strength he had today. She knew better than anyone else that the trials of life and death were easy to say. One careless mistake could lead to death. Countless disciples of Tenjin Temple had died in the trials of life and death. The trials of life and death could bring out endless potential in desperate situations. Lin Fei had been a small, profound practitioner at the beginning, but he had climbed all the way to possess terrifying combat power. It was unknown how many trials of life and death he had experienced. Lin Jiqing was deeply moved. Lin Jiqing was not a person who would give her feelings easily. Once she gave her feelings, she would treat it sincerely. Lin Fei, Master and Tenjin Temple did not deliberately make things difficult for me. I did all of this voluntarily. Please don't blame them, okay? Lin Jiqing pleaded for Tenjin Temple. In the beginning, Lin Fei might be very angry, but it was all in the past after that. Since you have spoken, I will definitely not make things difficult for them. It is wrong of your Tenjin Temple to do this. I feel that there is no need to advocate it. You almost became someone else's woman. Lin Jiqing knew that this little man still had resentment in his stomach. They are doing this for my own good. I have a special physique. If I want to advance to Celestial Immortal, this is the only way. Lin Fei was very unhappy. *T. What kind of cultivation method is this? Isn't it just a Celestial Immortal? I will help you advance to Celestial Immortal sooner or later. I used a little more than 10 years to cultivate my strength to this level. In my opinion, Celestial Immortal will definitely advance to Celestial Immortal in less than 10 years. Advance to Celestial Immortal in less than 30 years. Lin Jiqing was dumbfounded. In Xiantian Continent, the super record of advancing to Celestial Immortal was 100 years. This super record had never been surpassed. If it was someone else who said this, Lin Jiqing would not take it seriously. When Lin Fei spoke, Lin Jiqing was skeptical. There was no one else in Tenjin Temple who could cultivate to this level in 10 years. Even she felt that she was inferior. 30 years should be about right. Lin Fei calculated in his heart. So, Celestial Immortal is nothing to me. It is not a problem for me to advance to Celestial Immortal. It is also not a problem for you. As his combat strength increased, Lin Fei accumulated more and more experience. The benefits were obvious. He could instantly kill opponents of the same level. The downside was that he accumulated too much experience. Lin Fei was confident that he could overcome this problem. Tenjin Temple wanted to hold a grand celebration. In fact, it was a counterattack against the royal family. Following Ling Wuji's defeat and Lin Fei's appearance, the situation changed drastically. The grand celebration was cancelled. The Templar law enforcement team was stationed outside. After the reception, the big shots all returned and hurriedly discussed the countermeasures. From the second day onward, the Heavenly God Palace's main hall was packed with people. Many forces of the mighty God Empire came to visit the Heavenly God Palace. Not only did they want to re-establish their relationship with the Heavenly God Palace, but more importantly, they wanted to meet the supervisor, Lin Fei. As a top force on the continent, a small branch of Templar Temple was worthy of their attention. It would be best if they could get a better understanding of Lin Fei. Every time the supervisor came, it was like a sword hanging over everyone's head. They had no choice but to take it seriously. Unfortunately, their requests were all rejected. Ever since Lin Fei went to Saintis Palace, he had closed the door and refused to see anyone. If not for the law enforcement team outside, they would have suspected that Supervisor Lin Fei had left. Son of Heaven, we have been friends for so many years. No matter what, you have to introduce me to Supervisor Lin Fei. In the main hall of Tenjin Temple, Son of Heaven looked at his good friend Qin Yunzi awkwardly. Qin Yunzi, it's not that I don't want to help, but I have no choice now. The divine Son of Heaven sighed. Don't be fooled by how crowded the hall looks outside. I really have nothing to do with the supervisor Lin Fei. To tell you the truth, ever since he went to the Saintis Palace, none of our people dared to step foot into the Saintis Palace. Qin Yunzi was a sect leader of the Xunwei Empire. He had come here personally to see Supervisor Lin Fei. Whether he could see the supervisor or not was a big deal to him. Why? Supervisor Lin Fei has been in Saintess Palace all this time? Qin Yunzi did not doubt Son of Heaven's words. They had been friends for thousands of years. They had known each other since they started cultivating. Now they had each become a leader of their own forces. Son of Heaven smiled bitterly. If I could, I would have introduced you to him long ago. You also know that Jiqing, that lass, almost became a member of the Empire of Darkness. How could Supervisor Lin Fei not be angry? Speaking of this, Son of Heaven felt wronged. If he had received the news in advance, he would not have done such a thing. How to repair the relationship had always been a headache for Son of Heaven. Is it really impossible? Qin Yunzi was unwilling. You also know that if I can't see the supervisor, I might be swallowed up by the imperial family. Qin Yunzi was a leader of Qinyun sect. It was a third-grade sect that was about to become a second-grade sect. It was not a small force in the Shunwei Empire. After the Shunwei Empire was promoted, it began to swallow up some sections. Qin Yunzi was not willing to be swallowed up by the imperial family, or he was controlled. Qin Yunzi could not get rid of this problem since Qinyun sect was in the Shunwei Empire. When the Saint Hall arranged for the supervisor to come down, Qin Yunzi seemed to see hope. This kind of thing happened to be the supervisor's responsibility. In fact, the supervisor was used to monitor and suppress the empire. Son of Heaven could not refuse. The two of them were old friends. Similarly, their sects had always had a good relationship and could be considered an ally in the Shunwei Empire. How about this, you and I go to see the supervisor together? Son of Heaven gritted his teeth. I don't know if the supervisor will see me or not. Qin Yunzi was overjoyed. Thank you, Son of Heaven. Son of Heaven also wanted to see the supervisor Lin Fei. The Empire of Darkness Alliance was not going to make it, so Lin Fei was their only hope. With the Tenjin Temple's current situation, Son of Heaven had to think of a solution as soon as possible. The imperial family might not give them a chance. Supervisor Lin Fei is in the Saintess Palace. Son of Heaven and Qin Yunzi appeared outside the Saintess Palace. Both of them were rogue immortals and did not dare to force their way in. Son of Heaven and Qinyun sect Qin Yunzi are here to pay their respects. Son of Heaven braced himself and spread out his divine sense. He was not sure whether Lin Fei would meet them or not. This was a very difficult problem. If Lin Fei did not want to meet them, that would be a real problem. Force their way in? Chapter 529. Saintess Palace. Above the azure lake, a small boat drifted leisurely with the waves. On the small boat, a man and a woman were lying on it. Their aura blended into heaven and earth, exuding a leisurely atmosphere. Hubby, the Grand Palace Lord is here. In the past few days, Lin Jiqing and Lin Fei were always together. She was reluctant to call him hubby at first, but later, she became bold and whispered it when no one was around. He's here. What does it have to do with me? Lin Fei curled his lip. After arriving at the Saintess Palace, Lin Fei put down all his burdens and pressure to be with his beloved woman. He knew that such opportunities were rare, so he didn't want to see anyone. Didn't you say that you're not angry? Lin Jiqing looked wronged. Why don't you want to see the Grand Palace Lord? Lin Fei really couldn't do anything about Lin Jiqing. Seeing her wronged look, he quickly said, I'm afraid that our leisurely days will be over. I'll see her, okay? Stretching his body, Lin Fei said to himself, women are femme fatale. No wonder once an emperor or a hero is addicted to love, he will lose his country. Now I have a deep understanding of it. In the past few days, Lin Fei and Lin Jiqing were always together. Love eroded everything and he was addicted to it. He didn't want to do anything. Come in. Lin Fei sent out his divine sense. The smile on his face was replaced by a solemn one, with divine might. Those who weren't strong didn't dare to look directly at her. Just a glance would cause their souls to collapse, leaving an indelible impression in their hearts. It would take a long time to erase it. Son of Heaven, who had been waiting outside, was uneasy, worried that the other party wouldn't see him. Fortunately, the supervisor is willing to see us. Son of Heaven heaved a sigh of relief. Son of Heaven knew that it was an opportunity for the supervisor to see him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see the supervisor. In the pavilion by the lake, Son of Heaven met Lin Fei and Lin Jiqing. Supervisor Lin, this is Qin Yunzi from Qin Yun sect. Son of Heaven didn't dare to make connections. Lin Fei casually glanced over, and Qin Yunzi instantly felt as if an incomparably tall mountain was pressing down on him. What a terrifying gaze. I'm a fifth tribulation scattered immortal, why do I have such a feeling? Qin Yunzi wasn't the only one who sensed this gaze. Tian Shensi also sensed it. He was also incredibly shocked, unable to imagine it. After refining the divine grass, Lin Fei's body contained divinity. Lin Fei glanced over, his eyes filled with divine might. Actually, they could withstand divine might. No matter how strong a loose immortal was, he was still a mortal. How could a mortal not be afraid in front of a god? Azure Cloud Sect's Qin Yun Zi greets Supervisor Lin. Qin Yun Zi said respectfully. According to the rumors in the outside world, the inspections commissioner, Lin Fei, was extremely powerful. At first, Qin Yun Zi didn't think much of it. However, as soon as Lin Fei's gaze swept over him, he realized that this young inspector was extremely powerful and definitely not a simple person. Supervisor Lin, take your time. I won't disturb you anymore. Lin Jiqing left tactfully. Lin Fei nodded. He was very satisfied with Qin Yunzi's performance. If you have something to say it. I like to get straight to the point. What I hate the most is beating around the bush. Lin Fei did not know much about the mighty God Empire, but the Templar Hall had collected detailed information on the mighty God Empire. Lin Fei had already memorized everything. The Clear Sky sect was a third-grade sect that was about to be promoted to a second-grade sect. It was one of the top 20 forces in the mighty God Empire. Lin Jiqing came out of the Saint Lady Palace and landed in a palace. Master. The beautiful woman in white, Su Lan, had been feeling guilty recently. When she saw Lin Jiqing, she was startled at first, and then she was pleasantly surprised. You're here. Master has let you down. Master, I'm the one who has let you down. Lin Jiqing also wanted to ease the tension between the Tenjin Temple and Lin Fei. I shouldn't have hidden it from you. The heaven's chosen daughter of the Tenjin Temple, however, Lin Jiqing knew what she had to do for her man. She wasn't a mere vase who didn't know anything and didn't know how to do anything. Therefore, she took the opportunity when the Grand Palace Lord brought people over to see her master. Su Lan found that after a few days, her disciple's face was rosy. This was something she hadn't seen for a long time, and it seemed that it was rare in her memory. Is he good to you? Lin Jiqing faced her master as if she was facing her parents. He's very good to me. I'm very happy. Master, you don't have to worry. He's a very easy person to negotiate with. Su Lan didn't think so. Ling Wuji had returned with a head full of dust, and at the same time, he was blackmailed by Lin Fei. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to say anything. Was this still an easy negotiation? She didn't think so. I'm relieved that he's good to you. Su Lan faced Lin Jiqing again, and more or less, she had a certain amount of respect. Tell me about him. Su Lan was also a smart woman. Lin Jiqing coming over was also a kind of recognition. With the current situation of the Tenjin Temple, it was necessary to find a backer. Tenjin Temple wanted to get the support of the supervisor, Lin Fei. Su Lan thought that this matter should really be placed on her disciple. The matter between your Qinyan sect and the royal family, I don't think I should ask about it, Lin Fei said with a straight face. He did not have any tone of voice, acting like he was doing his job. Qin Yunzi said, Lord Supervisor, As long as you help our Qingyun sect out of this predicament, from today onwards, our Qingyun sect will follow your lead. The royal family wanted to annex Qingyun sect, but Qingyun Zi was naturally unwilling. The key was to rely on the Templar Church. Since he wanted to rely on them, he had to pay a certain price. Qingyun Zi understood this. If he didn't understand this, he wouldn't have come today. At first, Qingyun Zi wanted to test Lin Fei, but after seeing the supervisor, Lin Fei, and hearing those words, he understood that it was unnecessary to test him. If he tested him in front of the supervisor, Lin Fei, it would definitely not be a good thing. The job of the supervisor of the Templar was actually to see the royal family of the empire and suppress them from expanding without restraint. It was equivalent to being a nail. If a supervisor wanted to rapidly expand his influence, he had to control a portion of the empire's strength to act as a deterrent, so that the other party wouldn't dare to expand without restraint. You go back first, I need to think about this matter. Lin Fei didn't agree. This kind of thing had to be put aside for the other party to be grateful. Qingyun Zi heaved a sigh of relief. Considering the possibility of a chance, at least it was better than directly rejecting. This result was already very satisfactory. I won't be the supervisor anymore. Qingyun Zi left a communication talisman, looked gratefully at the Son of Heaven, and left directly. The Son of Heaven blamed Qingyun Zi in his heart. It wasn't easy for me to bring you in. Why did you leave so quickly? Why didn't you stay and help me? Head Palace Lord, please sit. The Son of Heaven was flattered, and with a preconceived idea, he subconsciously regarded Lin Fei as a very mysterious person and didn't dare to put on airs in front of the other party. A gaze that could make a sixth tribulation scattered immortal feel a wave of palpitation. The Son of Heaven wouldn't look down on Lin Fei, and treated him directly on the same level. What does the head palace lord think of the mighty god empire? Lin Fei asked casually. Qingyun's sect was a third-grade sect, so Lin Fei didn't need to be too polite. The other party was begging him, and if he was too polite, the other party would look down on him, and the position of supervisor would seem unimportant. The Tenjin Temple was almost a first-grade and second-grade sect, the number one force in the mighty god empire. Lin Fei had to give the head palace lord some face, not to mention Lin Jiqing was a member of the Tenjin Temple. The divine Son of Heaven's thoughts raced as he thought to himself, this Lin Fei indeed has the ability to be an inspector. Is he testing me? Or does he really have ideas about the mighty god empire? I have to think about it carefully, and I can't just deal with it casually, lest I look down on the Tenjin Temple. After a few breaths, the Son of Heaven took out an item. Supervisor, please look at this. It turned out to be a booklet. Of course, it was not an ordinary booklet. Lin Fei took it without batting an eyelid, and casually flipped through it. The Son of Heaven was also paying attention to Lin Fei's reaction, but he didn't see any change. Whether it was his soul or his divine sense, Lin Fei was as calm as the surface of a lake. Not bad. Lin Fei put down the booklet. The Son of Heaven was confused. What did this mean? After handing over the booklet, the divine Son of Heaven calculated that given Lin Fei's age and the fact that he had become an inspector, he would definitely show some emotional changes. Only then would he be able to cooperate with Lin Fei. But now, everything was out of the Son of Heaven's expectation. The Son of Heaven didn't know that Lin Fei's soul was so strong that he was almost unaffected. Just some information about the mighty god empire naturally couldn't cause any emotional changes in Lin Fei. Of course, if it was someone else, they might not be able to sit still. But Lin Fei was extremely calm, not anxious, not flustered, not angry. This is the true pride of the heavens. The Son of Heaven was full of admiration. There were many geniuses in the Tenjin Temple, but compared to Lin Fei, they were like the difference between heaven and earth. The Son of Heaven thought for a while and said, in my opinion, in the Xiantian continent, all forces must accept the management. The Tenjin Temple is willing to be a sharp knife in the hands of the supervisor. You're being vague, so I'll say it directly. This was the only solution that the Son of Heaven could come up with. It depended on whether Lin Fei would agree or refuse. I'm throwing away my dignity to force Lin Fei to give me and the Tenjin Temple an answer. Lin Fei really wanted to give the Son of Heaven the cold shoulder. The Son of Heaven was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It was a bit unexpected for him to say such words in front of the Son of Heaven. He knew that the Son of Heaven wouldn't say it so directly. Head Palace Master, why do you say that? If this gets out, where will I put my face? Lin Fei laughed. It's better for us to work hard to contribute to the Saint Church and the continent. The Son of Heaven had seen the slyness of the supervisor Lin Fei. Although the meaning was similar, there was some dissatisfaction in it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recovered so quickly. This matter still left an impact. Chapter 530. Mighty God Imperial Palace. Too much, too much. Third Prince Xia Junjie couldn't hide the anger on his face. Imperial Father, how long are we going to tolerate this? Are we going to let Lin Fei do as he pleases? Continue to affect our empire? Eighth Prince Xia Mingqiu, who was standing beside Third Prince Xia Junjie, was also furious. This is already the 6th time. If this continues, our mighty God Empire will become a laughing stock. There were a total of 5 princes gathered in the Imperial Palace. Of course, the mighty God Empire's Emperor Xia had more than 5 princes. He had many children, and with his ability, he didn't need to control them. Therefore, every emperor always had countless sons. Only when there were many princes could he choose the most successful one. The Xia Emperor had more than 100 sons, and the 5 princes in front of him were the most successful. They were all favored by the heavens in every aspect, and the throne would be handed over to one of them in the future. The 5 princes had gathered today for the sake of Lin Fei. In the past half a month, Lin Fei didn't seem to have done anything, but when he used his methods, he had subdued the sects that they were about to annex. This was equivalent to weakening the imperial family's strength, which wasn't a good thing. If it had been the first time, they would have given the Lin Fei some face. However, as the sects that were about to annex started siding with Lin Fei, it wasn't easy for them to make a move. They didn't dare to remove the nail that the Templar Church had arranged. If they did, they would fall into the Templar Church's trap. The Templar Church might immediately send out experts to wipe out the mighty God Empire's upper echelons. No empire would do anything to the Templar Church's inspector unless they had no other choice. The mighty God Empire was the same. In half a month, the imperial family had lost sects after sections. The princes who wanted to show their support couldn't sit still anymore. Inspector Lin Fei was clearly slapping their faces. These princes were able to stand out from the hundreds of princes, and each of them was a dragon among men. How could they swallow this insult? They had to retaliate. Hence, the 5 princes had come together to meet their imperial father, in an attempt to teach the supervisor, Lin Fei, a lesson. They wanted to let Lin Fei know that this was not the Saint Hall, but the godly Might Empire, their territory. Children, you are not mature enough. The Xia Emperor, dressed in black robes, sat on the throne. He was ethereal and ethereal, as though he didn't exist. He gave off the feeling of emptiness. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize it. This was a projection. The 5 princes, who were originally angry, suddenly calmed down. Immaturity surrounds them. Father is right. We are not mature enough. Eldest Prince Xia Chuan said, however, if we allow the supervisor Lin Fei to continue, it will be detrimental to the various forces that our royal family controls. Some forces are already reacting. The first Prince Xia Chuan spoke, and the other princes also agreed. It was not easy for a dynasty to be promoted to an empire. They were considered to be real princes, but now there was an inspector above their heads. They were very unhappy, very unhappy. One must learn to endure. Emperor Xia said calmly, Those who are unable to learn to endure are destined to have no future in this life. In life, forbearance is very important. Although the supervisor appointed by the Holy Church is impressive, in my opinion, he is equivalent to a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for long. The 5 princes were overjoyed. Was Lin Fei going to be out of luck? It had to be said that the 5 princes disliked the supervisor Lin Fei very much. Perhaps it was because of his strength, or perhaps it was because of his young age and high position. Listen up, for the next 6 months, you are not allowed to cause trouble, especially against Lin Fei. Emperor Xia said solemnly. No matter how he provokes them, the only thing you can do is to endure. As for the forces under you, they have to keep quiet for half a year. Whoosh! The projection of Emperor Xia on the throne shattered, and the meeting ended. The 5 princes were very surprised. They had wanted to deal with Lin Fei together, but who would have thought that their imperial father would order them not to do anything? Eldest brother, is there going to be any big move in half a year? Third Prince Xia Junjie couldn't help but ask. Eldest Prince Xia Chuan said, You ask me, but who should I ask? After saying this, he turned and left the hall. Although the 5 princes appeared to be working together, they were actually competing with each other in private. That was especially true because each of the princes had a group of sects backing them. In front of their imperial father, they would not give way to each other. Now that their imperial father was not here, they naturally did not have a united posture. It was inevitable that they would fight fiercely. After eldest Prince Xia Chuan left, the other 4 princes also left one after another. Each of them wanted to become Emperor Xia, and as time passed, they lost their familial ties. For the sake of the position above them, they would do anything. Xia Junjie felt uncomfortable. Humph, one day, this emperor will destroy you and make you regret going against this emperor. Since Emperor Xia had given the order, they naturally did not dare to make a move against Lin Fei. They decisively returned to their own palaces, gathered the big shots under them, and spread the news. What would happen in half a year suddenly became a major event that they were looking forward to. St. Hall Branch. Lin Fei had just finished reading the collected information, and he couldn't help but frown. Why is the royal family so quiet all of a sudden? I thought they were going to make a scene. In this half a month, Lin Fei had not been idle. Using the name of the St. Hall, he had roped in many forces, which was equivalent to stealing food from a tiger's mouth. The royal family had to retaliate. But now, the royal family was quiet, as if they did not want to do anything. As for the forces under them, they had been aggressive before, but now they had all quieted down. Lin Fei could not help but be suspicious. Pass down my orders. The royal family and the other forces must keep a close eye on them. If there is any movement, report it immediately. The royal family kept a low profile, which made Lin Fei feel uneasy. Even though he had roped in many forces, it did not affect the royal family much. If the royal family had shown some resentment at the start, Lin Fei might not have suspected anything. After all, he had roped in many sects, which was equivalent to stealing resources. If they were not angry about this, then they must be lying. Soon, Lin Fei was left alone in the office. Royal family, what are you trying to do? Lin Fei stood up. You want to keep a low profile and tolerate them? You must be thinking of something. Then I will provoke you again. Let's see if you can still sit still. Lin Fei was not an ignorant person. He came to 2 conclusions. Either the royal family did not feel anything, or the royal family was thinking of something big. Lin Fei believed this was one of the reasons. He leaned towards the first one. As for the second one, he really did not think much about it. Something big? Even if Lin Fei gave the mighty God Empire 100 guts, they would not dare to do such a thing. The St. Hall's inspectors were to monitor the empire. If there was any big move, especially against the St. Hall, it would be in line with the St. Hall's intentions. This was equivalent to sending evidence to the St. Hall and digging a hole for themselves. Lin Fei could not wait for the royal family to do so. It would save him trouble, and he would not have to think about this and that. The royal family wanted to keep a low profile, but Lin Fei would not let them. An identical doppelganger appeared and replaced the main body. After his strength increased, Lin Fei's doppelganger started to show its usefulness. Unless he fought with it personally, no one would be able to tell that it was a doppelganger. This kind of thing had to be done secretly. The main body also used the mortal body rebirth technique, turning himself into an ugly middle-aged man. Anyone who saw him would remember him. This was the impression that Lin Fei wanted. That night the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Second-grade sect, Beast King Valley. This sect had always been one of the factions controlled by the royal family. The number of sects controlled by the royal family had always been a secret. The St. Hall's intelligence agency was quite good, and they had almost found out all the factions controlled by the royal family. The accumulation is getting bigger and bigger. Who asked you to go against me? If I don't kill you, I will be letting myself down. Lin Fei was here to kill. After reaching this stage, the accumulation was not something that could be done by simply swallowing Zhen Yuan crystals. As for activating the heaven and earth smelt and absorbing spiritual energy, it was completely impossible. In the Xiantian continent, the spiritual energy was too thin. If Lin Fei wantonly absorbed spiritual energy, it would definitely attract those old fogies. The heaven and earth smelt's absorption of spiritual energy was simply too tyrannical. Absorbing spiritual energy had to be done in a place with a high density. This path had been mercilessly cut off. As for refining Zhen Yuan crystals, it was simply a drop in the bucket. It was not as fast as absorbing spiritual energy. The only way for Lin Fei to increase his accumulation was to refine experts, true experts. Tonight, Beast King Valley was Lin Fei's first target. According to the intelligence agency of the St. Hall, this Beast King Valley was one of the royal family's factions, and the one in charge was the eldest prince, Xia Chuan. Lin Fei didn't care who was in charge of Beast King Valley. It was fine as long as he could strengthen his accumulation. After that, he would provoke the royal family and see how they would react. The Beast King Valley had set up layers of formations, allowing Lin Fei to easily sneak in. With his formidable strength, Lin Fei could go wherever he wanted to go. Along the way, the Beast King Valley disciples that were left behind were all refined into quintessential energy by the heaven and earth smelt. Lin Fei scanned the area with his powerful divine sense. He wasn't worried that his divine sense would be detected unless there was an 8th or 9th tribulation loose immortal in charge of the Beast King Valley. So they are all below. I can catch them all in one fell swoop. After scanning with his divine sense, Lin Fei confirmed that the upper echelons of the Beast King Valley were in a meeting. They were all gathered together, saving him a lot of trouble. Sect leader, what does the eldest prince's words mean? One of the upper echelons of the Beast King Valley didn't understand. Within half a year, the Beast King Valley was not allowed to provoke the St. Hall. This strange news caused them to be momentarily stunned. If this news had not come from the first prince, Xia Chuan, they would not have taken it seriously or believed it. The eldest prince's words are my intentions. Do you guys really want to get to the bottom of it? The Beast King Valley's sect leader, Wansho Adept, had a sullen expression. From today onwards, our Beast King Valley will seal off the mountain. Everyone shall focus on cultivation. Seal off the mountain? Isn't this making a big fuss out of nothing? Another upper echelon of the Beast King Valley was unhappy. Tonight, the first prince's orders had been given out of the blue, and they were actually rather displeased. Boom! A powerful divine sense swept down and a sharp sword intent swept over, killing 80% of the upper echelons of the Beast King Valley. Blood flowed like a river. Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, appeared in the main hall. He stabbed out with his sword and a huge whirlwind swept over. The remaining upper echelons were all loose immortals and were forcefully sucked into the whirlwind. Who are you? Why are you killing our Beast King Valley's people? Wancho Adept's pupils shrank as he revealed a guarded stance. So much nonsense. Lin Fei snorted coldly and grabbed out with his hand. A huge cauldron descended from the sky and suppressed Wancho Adept within the heaven and earth smelt. As his strength increased, Lin Fei's control over the heaven and earth smelt also increased. Our Beast King Valley is backed by the royal family. Could it be that you wish to go against them? In an unfamiliar space, Wancho Adept put on a strong front and glared at the black-robed man. What does the royal family count for? Even if you guys die, the royal family won't know. Boom! Heaven and earth divine fire spread, turning the space into a kingdom of fire. What's going on? My battle armor can't take it. These are heaven and earth deviant flames. Wancho Adept was shocked. A huge flame cage trapped him within. How can he have so many heaven and earth deviant flames? After his control over the heaven and earth smelt increased, Lin Fei could enter it. It was equivalent to a sword domain in the divine spiritual space. The other party's life or death was just a matter of a word. I'll fight it out with you. Seeing that he couldn't escape, a red heart appeared in Wancho Adept's hand. He swallowed it in one gulp. His whole body was drenched in blood and instantly evaporated by the flames. Descend, great god Monty. A huge black whirlpool appeared above the heaven and earth smelt. Who is summoning me? Two stone pillar-like legs stretched out from the whirlpool. After that, a 300-meter-tall giant appeared in the heaven and earth smelt. Its huge eyes landed on Lin Fei. You're a human. When this giant appeared, Lin Fei frowned. You're a member of the foreign race. The giant that Wancho Adept had summoned was the high-ranking foreign race that Lin Fei had seen on the foreign race's battlefront. You have good eyesight. Commander Monty is from the giant strength race of the foreign race. Wancho Adept was like a mummy. In order to summon Monty, he had paid a large amount of essence blood to tear open the void and perform this summoning. Monty didn't think much of it. You humans are indeed trash. You can't even take care of your own race. You humans are destined to be suppressed by us, and become slaves for all eternity. Lin Fei was very surprised to see a member of the foreign race here, especially this kind of summoning. He vaguely guessed that the Beast King Valley, a rank 3 sect, had the ability to summon members of the foreign race. This was a big matter. It wasn't a small matter. Lin Fei had never expected that when he was about to kill the upper echelons of the Beast King Valley, a member of the foreign race would appear out of nowhere. Moreover, it was a commander. Chapter 531. Wancho Adept's face turned red, unable to retort. He snorted, Commander Monty, we humans don't need you to comment. Killing them is your responsibility. Humans are just trash. They only know how to use excuses to cover up their uselessness. Monty felt shameless. His eyes flashed, human die. The gigantic strength race specialized in close combat. Monty's punch shook the space and god fire rippled. It was as if the space was going to explode in the next moment. God fire burn. Lin Fei gathered the god fire with a thought and a giant dragon welcomed it. Commander Monty, you must be careful. This is a heaven and earth flame that specializes in burning everything. Wancho Adept had suffered from heaven and earth flame before. Our gigantic strength race isn't afraid of heaven and earth flame. Monty didn't care. Humans can control heaven and earth flame, so how strong can they be? Boom. The god fire burned, instantly burning the fist light and fist intent. God fire refine. When one's strength increased, the heaven and earth flame would be used. Lin Fei would be the god of this world. Hua hua. The fire dragon surrounded him, trapping him within the god fire. Wancho Adept was the first to give up. He used all sorts of methods but couldn't block the god fire. I am the sect leader, I am a loose immortal, I won't die. As his voice of despair landed, Wanshou Adept was the first to be refined by the god fire. Lin Fei opened his mouth and sucked in water. Wanshou Adept refined it. Monty felt immense pressure. The god fire was like a cage. No matter what methods he used, the god fire was endless and trapped him. This isn't a heaven and earth flame. What is it? Monty resisted with all his might. The high-level alien race couldn't resist the god fire either. An hour later, he revealed a look of despair. The human in front of him had the ability to kill him. God fire is not something a heaven and earth flame can compare to. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Lin Fei licked his lips, his eyes filled with excitement. One Wanshou Adept wasn't that useful, but a loose immortal foreign race leader was much more effective than several Wanshou Adepts. More importantly, this was the heaven and earth furnace, a unique world. You can't kill me. Monty panicked. The Titan race was not only powerful in close combat, but they were also skilled in body refinement. Yet, they still could not block the divine flames. For the sake of accumulating experience, Lin Fei had to kill this outsider commander. Subdue? The other party was a loose immortal, stronger than human loose immortals of the same level. It would not be easy to subdue him, so the only option was to kill him and turn him into his own accumulation. Everyone has the right to kill the outsiders, Monty roared. The space between his brows moved. You can't trap me. Titan God, descend. Divine flame, seal. A outsider loose immortal? Lin Fei had to use all of his power to draw on his god flame. No matter what the outsider loose immortal summoned, he couldn't allow it to appear. The divine fire that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was sealed layer by layer. Impossible, how can you seal it? Monty was truly panicking. The Titan God could not descend, and he could not escape from the divine flame space. Divine flame, strangle. A huge whirlpool was formed, and the divine flames transformed into divine dragons. Hundreds and thousands of fire dragons worked together to kill this foreign race leader, destroying his physical body and crushing his primordial spirit. Human, you will regret this. We, the outsiders, will not let you off. Monty was in despair. In the end, his resistance was destroyed, and in an instant, the other party was completely refined, turning into a pure power. Lin Fei swallowed it in one gulp, turning it into a part of his power. After killing the outsider commander, Lin Fei was not in a good mood. A outsider commander had appeared in the third-grade sect, 10,000 Beasts Valley. There was something strange about this. Had the human colluded with the outsiders? If not, how could the human summon the outsiders? More importantly, the main body had come. If it had been anyone else tonight, they would have definitely been killed by the outsiders. Coming out of the divine flame space, Lin Fei waved his hand and burned all the corpses in the hall. He then broke into the 10,000 Beasts Valley's treasury and plundered all the resources. The 10,000 Beasts Valley had connections with the outsiders. Lin Fei no longer had to worry about anything. He plundered whatever he could. It should be here. After plundering, Lin Fei used his powerful divine sense to search for a strange building 10,000 feet underground. Teleportation Tower. 10,000 feet underground, in a space that had been opened up. An ancient teleportation tower appeared in front of Lin Fei. The ancient characters were incomparably mysterious. Lin Fei was well-read and recognized the teleportation tower in front of him. It had been lost for a long time. He did not expect it to reappear here. Something big is going to happen in the continent. The ancient teleportation tower could ignore all obstacles and teleport over long distances. Even the first-grade sect, the Sword God sect, did not have such a refining method. Great fire refining art. This was not one of the 3,000 immortal arts. It was just a simulation of one of the 3,000 immortal arts that Lin Fei had created. Whoosh! The flames burned and burned the teleportation tower. Under the divine flame, everything in the world was burned. Regardless of whether the 10,000 Beasts Valley has connections with the outsiders, losing the ancient teleportation tower will at least cause you to feel heartache for a while. This was all Lin Fei could do. He could not do anything else. Report to the Saint Hall? Wouldn't that be telling everyone that the upper echelons of the 10,000 Beasts Valley were killed by him? Unless Lin Fei was crazy, he would not report to the Saint Hall. Perhaps the opposing forces of the Saint Hall were looking for evidence to pull him down from his position. Invasion of the outsiders? It was impossible for Lin Fei to report it. Would anyone believe it? It had been tens of thousands of years, and the outsiders were unable to cross the battlefront. Invasion? You must be crazy. He returned from the 10,000 Beasts Valley. Lin Fei made a trip to the Tenjin Temple. The current Tenjin Temple was under Lin Fei. You killed an itinerant immortal leader of the outsiders? In the Saintess Palace, Lin Fei sat opposite Lin Jiqing and told her about his secret trip to the 10,000 Beasts Valley. He would never hide anything from his woman. Lin Jiqing could not believe that a third-grade sect, the 10,000 Beasts Valley, would be in contact with the outsiders. Could it be that venerable Wanshou colluded with the outsiders and the rest did not know about it? Lin Fei did not know what to say. I am not sure about this. However, I suspect that the upper echelons of the 10,000 Beasts Valley should know about it. They built a huge teleportation tower. To cultivate the teleportation tower, they would need a lot of resources. The upper echelons of the 10,000 Beasts Valley would have to agree to it. Lin Jiqing felt immense pressure. The 10,000 Beasts Valley is one of the forces of the Crown Prince, Xia Chuan. Could it be that the royal family is also colluding with the outsiders? If that is the case, it would be too scary. Lin Fei could not be sure if the outsiders were colluding with the royal family. The Tenjin Temple must be prepared. Lin Fei mentioned, the outsiders are naturally strong and we humans are at a disadvantage. If the outsiders really invade... He did not finish his sentence. Lin Fei and Lin Jiqing were very clear about what it meant if the outsiders really invaded. The human race had the best talent. They cultivated for a long time and their bodies were weak. The outsiders were different. They usually tempered their bodies and were strong in close combat. For example, the giant strength race today. They were strong in close combat. When human itinerant immortals of the same level encountered them, it would be a one-sided situation. The invasion of the outsiders was equivalent to a one-sided massacre. These are the cultivation resources for you. Lin Fei took out the Zhen Yuan crystals that he plundered. Regardless of whether the outsiders had a secret motive, they had to improve themselves first. Lin Jiqing nodded. We have to improve our strength. With these elixirs and Zhen Yuan crystals, I can cultivate in seclusion and improve my accumulation. Currently, Lin Fei and Lin Jiqing were at the Emperor realm. They were not itinerant immortals. Their combat strength had already reached the level of itinerant immortals. Unless they underwent the tribulation, they would be at the Emperor realm. Once they underwent the tribulation, they would naturally reach the Heaven Immortal realm. Lin Fei did not need Zhen Yuan crystals. You should focus on improving your strength first. Don't worry about the cultivation resources. If it is not enough, I will plunder more. I will definitely be able to plunder enough cultivation resources. Lin Jiqing was worried. Your killing aura is too strong. I am afraid that your tribulation will be very difficult in the future. Heavenly tribulation? Lin Fei had never thought about it. Don't worry. Heavenly tribulation is useless against me. Lin Fei was unconcerned. The higher-ups of the Beast King Valley were killed. This news spread like the wind. The entire mighty god empire was shocked. The Beast King Valley was a third-grade sect. The sect leader and higher-ups were all killed. Such a huge incident was enough to shock many people. Following which, a kind of fear spread. Who was the culprit behind the massacre of the higher-ups of the Beast King Valley? This was what everyone wanted to know. However, no matter how they investigated, they could not find any information. It was as if the mastermind had never appeared. The first to be suspected was naturally the Templar division. However, outside the Templar division, various forces arranged spies to monitor the situation. The conclusion they came to was that everything was normal in the Templar division. The patrol envoy Lin Fei did not go out for the entire night. It could be ruled out that Lin Fei was the culprit. As such, everyone started to suspect the Beast King Valley's enemies. For a moment, the mighty god empire was filled with anxiety and anger. In the depths of the palace, Emperor Xia, have you found out who destroyed the teleportation tower? A huge projection appeared in front of the seated black-robed Emperor Xia. It was a three-headed, six-armed being of a true demonic race. Lord Envoy, this emperor personally went to investigate. The teleportation tower was destroyed by a fire-type expert. As for who it was, I have no clue. Emperor Xia was also filled with anger. Investigate. We must find out who did it. The three-headed, six-armed demonic race being was obviously very angry. If this kind of person is not killed, our big secret will be leaked. Lord Envoy, rest assured. This emperor will definitely find out who was hiding in the dark. Emperor Xia said. The upper echelons of the Beast Valley were killed. This emperor believes that we can deploy experts to guard the teleportation tower to prevent this from happening again. It will not be good for anyone. In half a month, the teleportation tower will open. Prepare to take over. The three-headed, six-armed demonic race being said again. From today onwards, you can prepare to expand your forces. The human experts that were sent over have all been modified. You will have the capital to sweep the world. Lord Envoy, rest assured. Once the people are in place, the campaign will begin. With the modified warriors, this emperor is confident that within half a year, our forces will expand by more than 10 times. All the opposing empires will be wiped out. Ever since the upper echelons of the Beast Valley were wiped out. After the mighty god empire was nervous for a while, Emperor Xia set his target on another empire called the Red Sun Empire. He claimed that if they found evidence, they would hand over the culprit behind the scenes. Otherwise, he would send his army. The Red Sun Empire naturally did not think that they were the culprit. They rejected the mighty god empire's request and accused Emperor Xia of wanting to start a war. Originally, they thought that it was just a war of words. No one expected Emperor Xia to send troops and launch an attack on the Red Sun Empire. This campaign happened so quickly that no one could react in time. A war between empires was not as simple as moving one's lips. Emperor Xia made his move. The mighty god empire's army swept through the various empires of the Red Sun Empire like a hot knife through butter. None of the empires could stop the mighty god empire. By the time the Red Sun Empire reacted, half of the entire empire's territory had fallen. All the empires started to surrender and opened their city gates to welcome the new empire. The Red Sun Empire started to retaliate. Their armies arrived. Everyone thought that the war was over. Unexpectedly, the Red Sun Empire was defeated and their prince was killed. The continent was in an uproar. 1.5 months later, the Red Sun Empire lost all resistance. The entire imperial family was killed, and the entire empire was erased from the continent. The continent was in an uproar. Hubby, the mighty god empire really shocked everyone this time. I didn't expect them to hide so much. On top of the Tenjin Temple, Lin Jiqing was reading the news. Lin Fei was also shocked. This is really unexpected. I killed the upper echelons of the Beast King Valley, but it became a reason for them to attack. They even defeated the Red Sun Empire and killed their leader on the spot. The Saint Hall didn't even have time to react. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to the war between the mighty god empire and the Red Sun Empire. It was common for empires to fight each other, and they were usually small-scale battles. Lin Fei also didn't pay much attention to it. But because of this negligence, the mighty god empire exerted their strength and defeated the Red Sun Empire. The mighty God Empire wanted to deal with the Red Sun Empire from the start. I secretly arranged people to monitor them and discovered that they had gained a group of high-level warriors. They contributed greatly to the Red Sun Empire's defeat. Every time they attack cities and plunder territories. Lin Jiqing's expression was solemn. Lin Fei couldn't figure out why the mighty God Empire wanted to start a war. Even now, he couldn't think of a reason. The Red Sun Empire's defeat was completely unexpected. The fact that a great empire had been defeated so quickly was indeed shocking to everyone. The mighty God Empire has great ambitions. No matter what their motive is, it will be revealed eventually. Lin Fei wasn't in a position to stop them. We just need to guard against them. Lin Jiqing agreed. No matter what kind of conspiracy they have, it will appear sooner or later. We just need to increase our strength. Although Lin Fei was the supervisor, he couldn't stop the mighty God Empire from expanding their influence. The Saint Hall's duty was to maintain the continent's stability. In fact, the mighty God Empire had crossed the bottom line in this war. Since the upper echelons of the Beast King Valley had been killed, the mighty God Empire's imperial advisor had a good reason to act. Coupled with the fact that Lin Fei couldn't react in time, the mighty God Empire had the opportunity to wipe out the Red Sun Empire. Reporting to Supervisor Lin. Chapter 532. Lin Fei was usually at the Templar Division or the Saintess Palace of the Tenjin Temple. Hearing that the supervisor of the Red Sun Empire had arrived, Lin Fei frowned. Arrange for him to go to the main hall. I'll be there in a moment. Hubby, the Invigilator is probably here for you. Lin Jiqing was a spoiled girl. She knew what was going on with just a thought. Lin Fei stood up, exuding an imposing aura. No one comes to the temple for no reason. It must be the sacred palace and the sacred temple. However, since your husband is the supervising inspector, how can he be manipulated by them? I'll go meet the supervising inspector and see what he's up to. I'll go with you. Your enemy is my enemy. We are Taoist companions. If there's a problem, we must face it together. I also want to see what the man who dares to target me is capable of. All right, let's go together. Lin Fei's heart warmed. The Saintess Palace was huge. There were many side halls. After Lin Fei's men invited the supervisor over, they left on their own. Supervisor Yun, I heard that Lin Fei is arrogant. It's not a good thing to push the blame on him. Supervisor Yun was the supervisor of the Red Sun Empire. He was the previous supervisor. After the Red Sun Empire was defeated, it was quickly wiped out and removed from the mainland. This supervisor's position had come to an end. Lin Fei was just lucky. Supervisor Yun sneered. With such a big incident, the higher-ups are worried about not being able to find a chance to deal with Lin Fei. As long as I escort Lin Fei back, the higher-ups will deal with Lin Fei. Supervisor Yun was indifferent to the words of his confidant. Lin Fei has offended the sacred palace and the holy temple. This time, we'll kick Lin Fei out of his position. I want to see how he can continue to mingle in the Templar Division. Lord Supervisor, this is a brilliant move. When Lin Fei came in, he saw an arrogant young man who looked about the same age as him. Supervisor Lin, as the supervisor, how dare you leave your post? Men, arrest him. The confidant of the Yun clan's supervisor stepped forward and waved his hand to give the order. He did not give Lin Fei any explanation at all. He wanted to accuse Lin Fei of a crime first before putting himself on the side of righteousness. How dare you? Who allowed you to be disrespectful to my husband? Lin Jiqing let out a cold snort and appeared in front of Lin Fei. The dark cold chi turned into a long white whip and lashed on the law enforcement disciples. Every single one of them was frozen into an ice statue. As the favored daughter of the heavens, how could Lin Jiqing allow outsiders to bully Lin Fei? If they weren't law enforcement disciples of the Templar Hall, this whip would have been enough to kill them instead of turning them into ice men. Even so, it would take a year and a half to expel the profound cold chi. Get out here. Lin Jiqing didn't stop there after freezing the law enforcement disciple with a single whip. She lashed out once more, and it was as though space itself had been frozen. The whip swept toward the person who had spoken earlier. Plop! The profound heavenly treasure in the other party's hand was sent flying. He was bound by the whip and fell to the ground. Lin Fei, how dare you? The other party directly called out Lin Fei's name. Pa, pa. Lin Jiqing's whip landed, and the profound cold chi entered his body, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. Supervisor Yun's expression turned ugly. Supervisor Lin, what is the meaning of this? Facing Supervisor Yun's accusation, Lin Fei was indifferent. What am I doing? Didn't you see? Someone directly called my name in front of me. Don't you think that I have to teach him a lesson? He is a member of my Templar Hall. Even if he was disrespectful, it should be our people who did it. Supervisor Yun knew that Lin Fei was difficult to deal with. What right do you have to make her do it? This is clearly a private complaint. I only met you because of your position as a supervisor, but you attacked me without distinguishing between right and wrong. May I know whose order it was? Lin Fei's gaze was as sharp as a knife. If you did it in private, then don't blame me for being impolite. Supervisor Yun had never been ignored like this before. He brought his men and wanted to escort Lin Fei back so that he could pin all the crimes on Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei's question left him with no way to explain himself. Supervisor Yun knew that it was impossible to escort Lin Fei back today. I will report today's matter to the upper echelons of the Templar Hall. Supervisor Yun saw that he couldn't take advantage of Lin Fei and wanted to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave behind some harsh words. Who gave you permission to leave? Lin Fei blocked in front of him. If you are not from the Holy Palace, then you must be from the Templar Hall. Since you dared to attack me, you can stay here. Let me do it. Lin Jiqing made the first move. Profound cold chi filled the entire hall and completely sealed the space. Lin Fei could easily suppress a supervisor who was a second tribulation scattered celestial in a matter of seconds. Lin Jiqing made the first move. She didn't make a move to quell her anger. Supervisor Yun's battle prowess as a second tribulation scattered celestial wasn't bad among the supervisors. However, he was a level lower than Lin Jiqing. After 10 moves, he was suppressed and knelt in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei, release me now. Otherwise, the people from the Holy Palace won't let you have it easy. The profound cold chi invaded Supervisor Yun's body. He struggled and lifted the Holy Palace on his back. I knew that the people from the Holy Palace would definitely make an issue out of this. Lin Fei walked up. If you dare to have any thoughts about me, you will be the scapegoat. A small heaven and earth furnace appeared in Lin Fei's palm. He slapped it on Supervisor Yun's body and absorbed all his true yuan. Then, he pointed at his dantian. Bring him down and lock him up. Lin Fei erased this part of his memory and used his heaven immortal spiritual sense. No one would be able to find out. As for the rest of the law enforcers, Lin Fei refined them in one breath. Husband, is it okay to do this? Lin Jiqing knew that Lin Fei cultivated a powerful technique. However, she was worried about this matter. Lin Fei didn't care. This supervisor wants to make me the scapegoat. Wishful thinking. He shouldn't have made a move on me. I believe that the Holy War will send people over. Lin Fei didn't worry about a supervisor. At the same time, he used this method to tell the Holy Palace and Holy Palace that anyone who dared to make a move on him would end up like this. In fact, Lin Fei guessed correctly. A few days later, the people sent by the Holy War arrived. At the same time, he saw a familiar person. Butler Wu, I didn't expect you to come. The person leading the group was the Butler Wu who had served Lin Fei before. Butler Wu smiled. The Holy Lord thinks that you and I are familiar, so he asked me to come over and tell you some things. Lin Fei had a certain understanding of the Holy War. Butler Wu was the Holy Lord's confidant. Sending him over showed the importance of this matter. This supervisor Yun left his post without permission. Please bring him back. Immediately, someone escorted Supervisor Yun over. Bring him back. This kind of person must be severely punished. Butler Wu's casual words were actually a form of praise for Lin Fei. Butler Wu didn't think much of a supervisor. As for the Dantian being destroyed, it wasn't a big deal. In the hands of the Holy War, black could be turned into white. The two sat down and someone immediately served tea. You've been living a leisurely life recently. Butler Wu took a sip of tea. There's nothing leisurely about it. Lin Fei smiled. There will always be some trouble looking for me. For example, this supervisor. Butler Wu smiled. Congratulations on establishing yourself in the mighty God Empire. Lin Fei chuckled. I was just lucky. Butler Wu knew everything about Lin Fei in the mighty God Empire. The Holy War had its own intelligence system, so it knew everything. This is what the Holy Lord wants me to pass to you. Butler Wu took out a small booklet. Lin Fei took it and flipped through the booklet. Butler Wu drank his tea leisurely. In his heart, he admired Lin Fei's ruthlessness. A supervisor was crippled just like that. The Holy Lord didn't choose the wrong person. Lin Fei might really become a helper. Lin Fei closed the booklet again and placed it on the table. The continent is really not peaceful. Do you know anything about the Holy War? The booklet recorded some of the wars between empires on the continent or wars between large empires. The originally peaceful continent was filled with flames of war. The Saint Church, a top force, was starting to feel a headache. They kept investigating the empires but didn't find anything. Holy Lord, I'm telling you that the continent will be in turmoil. As the supervisor of the Saint Church, if you can develop your strength, it's best to do so now. Lin Fei didn't bat an eyelid. Thank you for the reminder, Holy Lord. I will keep it in mind. Butler Wu knew that Lin Fei was a smart person, so he didn't need to continue reminding him. The Saint Palace and Saint Temple won't do anything to you for the time being. However, the situation on the continent is not stable. You have to be careful, especially since you are in the mighty God Empire. Our intelligence department has gathered that the mighty God Empire is no longer the empire it used to be. You have to be vigilant. Moreover, the Saint Church's control over the empire is gradually loosening. Lin Fei understood that this was a serious matter. As a top force on the continent, the Saint Church had always been monitoring the continent. Now that they had lost control of the empire, the situation was not good. How is this possible? With the empire's strength? No matter how strong the empire was, Lin Fei didn't believe that they could resist the experts of the Saint Church. Butler Wu's expression was solemn. If it was in the past, the Saint Church could suppress them at any time. But for some reason, the empire's strength has suddenly increased. Its overall strength has increased by more than 10 times. We don't know where this group of experts came from, but they have become the Will Capture Barracks. We can't find out where they came from. They are the elite disciples of the empire. According to the information we have gathered, they have gone to the empire's mystic realm to cultivate. Our intelligence department doesn't believe it. Butler Wu shook his head. This group of elites from the Will Capture Barracks have strength at the level of a loose immortal. As for whether they are hiding anything, we don't know for now. Lin Fei didn't expect that the situation would be this serious. With the empire's strength, the Saint Church's control had loosened. This clearly wasn't a good thing. He also understood why the Saint Church didn't do anything when the mighty God Empire began to move. When a large number of loose immortal experts appeared in an empire, it was indeed the easiest way to increase one's strength. According to the information you have gathered, how many empires are expanding on the continent? Chapter 533. The fifth steward stayed for half a day. then went back with Supervisor Yun. Husband, is the situation really that serious? Lin Jiqing couldn't believe it. If the news came from someone else, Lin Jiqing definitely wouldn't believe it. But the news came from the mouth of a top power like the Holy Church. She had no choice but to believe it. The fifth steward wouldn't lie to me. Lin Fei was also shocked. I was wondering why the mighty God Empire didn't come looking for trouble with me. It turns out it's because they want to expand their power. They don't have the time to waste on me. Lin Fei knew very well that after the mighty God Empire's power expanded, they would come looking for trouble with him. When that time came, it would be tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality. Could it be related to the aliens? Lin Jiqing asked suspiciously. Aliens? Lin Fei didn't know how to answer. They shouldn't have the power to do so. The Xiantian continent had been peaceful for so many years. No aliens had ever appeared. Even if they did, they would be quickly killed by the various dynasties. If the aliens really were behind this, Lin Fei didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Whether or not the aliens were behind this, Lin Fei knew that the continent was beginning to change. The fifth steward must have known something else since he dared to say this. As for why he didn't tell him, it was because of his influence. Go invite the head palace lord here. Lin Fei thought for a moment. The fifth steward personally came. Lin Fei took this matter seriously. Accumulating power? If it was before, Lin Fei might not have taken it seriously. But if that really happened, it wouldn't be a good thing to have enemies all over the continent. You want to establish your own force? Lin Jiqing was indeed a heavenly woman. She could tell from Lin Fei's words. I knew it. I can't hide it from you. Lin Fei said. Since the fifth steward said this, something big must have happened. Although I am quite powerful, I might not be strong enough when it comes to that. I need to establish my own force. I need to take care of my clan. Lin Fei knew better than anyone else how terrifying the outsiders were. If the human race were to face them, their chances of victory would not be high. It was necessary for them to have their own forces. If it was a few years ago, Lin Fei would not have dared to say this. However, now that his battle prowess had reached the level of a fourth tribulation bodiless immortal, he could establish his own force. Lin Fei was qualified to establish his own sect. Husband, I will help you with this matter. Lin Jiqing said, however, if you want to bring Tenjin Temple into your force, there should be some problems. Lin Fei laughed. Do you think I would do that? You're underestimating me, your man. There's a saying in ancient times, haste makes waste. The Tenjin Temple is so big. It's impossible for me to eat it in one bite. I've never thought of eating it. The Tenjin Temple and the other powers had attached themselves to him because of the Saint Church. They were giving face to the Saint Church, not Lin Fei himself. No matter how strong a person was, it was difficult for others to pay attention to him. It was even more impossible to bring him into a force. Lin Jiqing was surprised. Could it be that you want to form an alliance with Tenjin Temple? The intelligent Lin Jiqing immediately guessed his intention. If so, I suggest that you don't speak for the time being. Don't speak for the time being. Lin Fei was puzzled. Why? Dare I ask, husband, what about your force? You don't have anyone you want right now. You can be said to be a lone commander. Without the influence of the Templar, I'm afraid the Grand Palace Lord may not agree. Even if he agrees, what would the elders think? Lin Jiqing's words struck Lin Fei's heart hard. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. It seems that I'm too optimistic. Or you're more thorough. I'm indeed not qualified to do it now. If I were you, I would take advantage of this period of time to develop my own force. I think it would be better to speak now. Lin Jiqing suggested. Lin Fei nodded. What you said makes sense. With my strength, I can try to recruit loose immortal experts or control a group of experts to work for me. In the following days, I will use my doppelganger to oversee the Saint Church. There are some things that you can decide on your own. Husband, don't worry. Although my strength is not as strong as yours, I still have the battle prowess of a three-tribulation loose immortal. Lin Jiqing smiled. With my dark cold chi, I don't need to worry about loose immortals of the same level. It was the best choice to hand over the St. Church's affairs to Lin Jiqing. All right, I will leave the St. Church's affairs to you. The next day, Lin Fei used the mortal body rebirth technique and secretly left the mighty God Empire. He left a doppelganger to oversee the St. Church's branch. After leaving the St. Church, he increased his speed to the limit and flew towards Sinful Paradise. Recruiting his own force, Lin Fei's first thought was Sinful Paradise. There were many experts there, and it was the best place to develop his strength. Lin Fei really didn't know any other places, so he could only go to Sinful Paradise first. The continent is indeed not peaceful anymore. Along the way, Lin Fei saw no less than 10 places where battles were taking place. Dynasties against dynasties, empires against empires. There were battles everywhere. It was completely different from the peace of the past. It was almost unbelievable. Has Obsidian evolved successfully? On this day, while Lin Fei was still on his way, the space vibrated. After checking, he found that Obsidian had successfully refined. So he found a place and let Obsidian out. Ha ha, I finally evolved into a heavenly demon god. Obsidian shouted excitedly as soon as he came out, but was immediately suppressed by Lin Fei. Then, he revealed a wronged expression. Master, you are so abnormal. After advancing to heavenly demon god, Obsidian's battle strength also reached the level of a first tribulation loose immortal, which also surprised Lin Fei. The effect of this heavenly demon pill was too good. It directly raised Obsidian from a sage to a first tribulation loose immortal. It really was a pill that could only be consumed by the heavenly demon race. Master, you want to go to Sinful Paradise to recruit evil people? Obsidian couldn't help but ask. Sinful Paradise has the most evil people, and their strength is also more tyrannical. It is more suitable to recruit them. This was what Lin Fei thought. In his memory, this was the easiest place to recruit subordinates and build his first force. Master, I don't agree with you recruiting those evil people. In my opinion, these evil people are not evil at all. Obsidian was dissatisfied. In terms of evil people, we heavenly demons are the most ferocious. No matter how ferocious humans are, they can't compare to us. If you were ferocious, you wouldn't be treated as prey. Lin Fei said disdainfully. Obsidian said very seriously, Master, that's because you don't know. If it was in the past, I wouldn't know the reason either. But after I took the heavenly demon pill, I finally understood what was going on. Lin Fei felt that there was an inside story. Could it be that there is an inside story in the heavenly demon pill? Obsidian nodded and said proudly, We heavenly demons are kept in captivity and used as training. It's nothing more than some powerful ancestors being suppressed by humans back then. Otherwise, humans wouldn't be able to enslave us. Coincidentally, in the heavenly demon pill I took, there was a remnant consciousness of a heavenly demon god left, and I learned a big secret. Our heavenly demon old ancestor is suppressed in a dangerous place. Lin Fei was shocked. Your old ancestor is suppressed in a dangerous place? At first, I didn't believe it either. But later, I checked repeatedly and confirmed that our heavenly demon old ancestor was suppressed. I just don't know how many are still alive now. Obsidian gritted his teeth. If Master can subdue our old ancestor, he will definitely be the strongest helper under Master. It's not a problem to establish a sect. With our ferocity, even humans can't compare with us. After Obsidian was promoted to Heavenly Demon God and saw Lin Fei's strength advancing by leaps and bounds, he immediately realized an opportunity. Following such a monstrous genius, their Heavenly Demon clan might rise again. Lin Fei pondered. Actually, he was tempted. There were countless evil people in the Sin Paradise, but it was not the best choice in Lin Fei's eyes. The suppressed heavenly demons were different. Each of them was powerful and extremely ferocious. If he could subdue them, it would definitely be a ferocious force. Heavenly demons were ferocious, many times more ferocious than humans. If not, perhaps they wouldn't be suppressed. In the eyes of others, they might be difficult to control, but as long as he was more ferocious than them, they wouldn't dare to mess around. You know this place? I know it clearly in my mind. Obsidian said, this heavenly demon elixir that I refined has been around for almost 5,000 years. I just don't know if they're still here. 5,000 years wasn't a long time, but being suppressed in a hopeless situation, it might not be easy to persevere for 5,000 years. You lead the way. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the will of heaven. Lin Fei also hoped to recruit a group of experts. The evil people in the Sin Paradise could only be the strength of the younger generation. If there were still heavenly demons suppressed, they would at least have the strength of a rogue immortal, the most ideal helper. With Obsidian waking up now, Lin Fei felt that the heavens were helping him. Heavenly demons were ferocious? Lin Fei felt that he was more ferocious than them. If they weren't obedient, he didn't mind refining them. Otherwise, how could he show his ferocity? Master, I'll take you there now. Obsidian also hoped that the old ancestor would come out. They are all suppressed under a sea in the Endless Sea. The Endless Sea. Lin Fei knew that it was a place at the end of the south. There were many sea beasts living in the vast and boundless sea. The environment was dangerous, and even experts didn't dare to casually set foot in that place. More importantly, the Endless Sea was the territory of the sea race. The heavenly demons were suppressed in that hopeless situation. No matter who it was, this method was sufficiently ferocious. You said that the sea race is guarding them? It should be the sea race. They are guarding the hopeless situation. 7 or 8 days later, Lin Fei and Obsidian appeared in front of the Endless Sea. On the Endless Sea, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. There was a violent storm and the weather was dangerous. From time to time, huge sea beasts could be seen swimming on the sea. In this kind of bad weather, human experts couldn't even think about crossing the Endless Sea. There were also powerful sea beasts waiting for opportunities to appear. Chapter 534. In the Endless Sea, the wind was howling, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. A huge sea beast was rolling on the waves of the sea. With a loud rumble, the sea beasts were all fighting over it. It was a blood-red scene, and the sea beasts all fought over it. Such a scene had long become a common occurrence in the Endless Sea. Large sea beasts eating small sea beasts was a scene that happened every day. Every day, the cycle of reincarnation continued. Under the Endless Sea, 2 figures flew past. They passed through remote places and were safe along the way. They didn't encounter any powerful sea beasts, and ordinary sea beasts were killed as soon as they appeared. How much longer? As they went deeper, a dangerous aura shrouded the Endless Sea. Lin Fei had no choice but to stay alert. 1 day at most. Obsidian said, the desperate place is in a remote place in the Endless Sea. If it wasn't for this memory, I wouldn't have been able to find the specific location. Roar. As soon as Obsidian spoke, a sea beast lurking in the dark suddenly attacked. This was a sea beast called Golden Spear. Its advantage was its speed. It specialized in sneak attacking various sea beasts. If one was caught off guard, he would almost suffer a big loss. Lin Fei took a step forward and punched, blowing up the Golden Spear sea beast on the spot. The Golden Spear sea beast's defense was very strong, but it was still blown up by Lin Fei's punch. The sea water was dyed red. Living under the Endless Sea, it was not the first time they encountered a sneak attack from sea beasts. All kinds of sea beasts were killers of the sea without exception. When human experts crossed the Endless Sea, if they were not strong enough, they would die when they were attacked by sea beasts. The Endless Sea is really not a place for humans to set foot in. Lin Fei deeply felt the danger of the Endless Sea. On the Xiantian continent, The endless sea was a unique force that had always been a mysterious existence. Human experts couldn't control the endless sea, and the sea race couldn't conquer the human race either. Over time, they formed a unique and powerful force. Lin Fei's divine sense was strong. He felt pressure along the way, not to mention that they avoided prosperous cities and traveled in remote areas. Even so, they still encountered all kinds of powerful sea beasts. Sea beasts, like demonic beasts, usually liked to travel in groups. Lin Fei mainly came for the heavenly demons, not for killing. The Oceanids are indeed very powerful. They have a few hidden old-timers. Master, you must be careful. Obsidian also looked solemn. Among the powerhouses who suppressed our heavenly demon grand ancestor, there are traces of the ancient antiques of the sea creature clan. I suspect that there are still powerhouses of the sea creature clan suppressing our clan outside the Great Despair. Obsidian's words were not unreasonable. The sea race was so powerful that even humans had to be polite to them. Lin Fei suspected that there were oceanic race powerhouses suppressing the heavenly demon race's old ancestor. Since Lin Fei wanted to recruit the powerhouses of the heavenly fiend clan, whoever dared to stand in his way would be killed without mercy on the spot. One day later, Lin Fei and Obsidian suddenly felt that the originally remote place suddenly became lively. Fortunately, Lin Fei's strength was tyrannical. With his powerful divine sense, he was able to avoid being discovered by the sea race one by one. Didn't you say that your clan's ancestor is suppressed in a hopeless situation? Lin Fei was very suspicious of this sentence. Obsidian panicked. I remember clearly that it should be like this. There shouldn't be any changes. But what's going on? The number of sea creature clan is obviously increasing. After entering the endless sea, Obsidian had been walking in a remote place. But since yesterday, the number of sea creature clan had increased significantly. Almost all of them had the appearance of the sea creature clan after transformation. The population density had increased. If Lin Fei still couldn't guess the situation, he wouldn't be Lin Fei. You enter my space. I'll transform into the appearance of the sea creature clan to avoid hiding. Master, I can also transform into the sea creature clan. Obsidian wanted to prove that he didn't go the wrong way. Our heavenly demon clan has the heavenly demon transformation. We can transform into any appearance. That's good too. Based on the sea creature clan they had seen before, the two of them transformed into the appearance of two of them. Sure enough, it has changed. Half a day later, the originally barren and remote sea area suddenly became lively. The sea creature clan passed by in groups of 3 to 5. After casually inquiring, the two learned that they had come to a place called the Mad Shark Clan's territory. Master, I suspect that this Mad Shark Clan is the guardian that suppresses our heavenly demon clan. After seeing the huge city, Obsidian thought of a conclusion. The location in my memory should be under this city. Let's go in first and understand the situation. Lin Fei frowned. If the situation was as Obsidian said, it would be troublesome to rescue them. The Mad Shark Clan was considered a relatively large force in the entire Sea Creature Clan. This clan, just like its name, was fiery and cruel. It was one of the most ferocious clans in the Sea Creature Clan. There's no news about the heavenly demon suppression? Lin Fei and Obsidian stayed in the inn. This was already the third day. During this period, they kept going out to inquire about the news. They had inquired about the Mad Shark Clan, but they couldn't find any information about the Heavenly Demon Clan being suppressed. It should be blocked. Obsidian also had a headache. The memory I absorbed stopped in this place. I can roughly confirm that the Mad Shark Clan is guarding our Heavenly Demon Clan. The Mad Shark Clan had a large territory and a large population. It was not easy to find a place. Lin Fei didn't expect that the Mad Shark Clan would appear out of nowhere. Isn't this clearly causing trouble for me? It's better to just kill them directly. It's a bit troublesome. Lin Fei said, let's inquire again. If there is no news, I will sneak into the Mad Shark Clan's base camp personally. I'm not afraid that I can't find clues. The current situation can only be like this. The two once again split up to inquire for clues. Lin Fei had doubts in his heart. The entrance of this great despair should be under the Mad Shark Clan's base camp if nothing unexpected happened. Another 3 days passed, and Lin Fei and Obsidian had no harvest. It was as if this desperate situation had never existed. Even the older members of the sea race didn't know of such a thing. At this point, Lin Fei couldn't continue to inquire. If he continued, he would almost be suspected. I will sneak into the Mad Shark Clan's base camp tonight. Lin Fei didn't want to continue to waste time. The St. Hall's branch had a doppelganger overseeing it. Lin Fei was still worried that something might happen. If he couldn't find any clues, he could only lower his target and start with those evil people in Sin Paradise. That night, Lin Fei sneaked into the Mad Shark Clan's base camp with Obsidian. This was a huge force with many experts. The Sea Creature clan was innately stronger than the human race. Lin Fei didn't dare to take it lightly. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, once he encountered them, it would only be more troublesome. After a few days of inquiry, Lin Fei had a vague impression of the Mad Shark Clan's base camp. If he wanted to ask someone, he had to find the higher-ups. Lin Fei's huge divine sense controlled an area. He wasn't afraid of being noticed by high-level loose immortals. He quickly chose a target and rushed in with Obsidian. Without saying anything, he suppressed a higher-up of the other side. You are from the Sea Creature clan. How dare you sneak into our Mad Shark clan? The Mad Shark clan's higher-up said angrily. Under the endless sea, there were large and small Sea Creature clans living. Just like the human race, the Sea Creature clan was not united. The struggle was more intense than that of the human race. One tribe after another often fought. This Mad Shark clan's higher-up subconsciously thought that other Sea Creature clans were preparing to attack the Mad Shark clan. Obsidian slapped down and knocked the Mad Shark clan's higher-up to the ground. Tell me, where is the impasse entrance guarded by your Mad Shark clan? How do you know? The Mad Shark clan's higher-up was startled and knew that he had said something wrong. Lin Fei and Obsidian were delighted. The Heavenly Demon clan is really suppressed in this place. Tell me, or I will be the first to kill you. Obsidian looked fierce. I advise you to let me go. You can't afford to offend our Mad Shark clan. Lin Fei didn't want to continue to waste time. His left hand turned into a bright moon and hypnotized the Mad Shark clan's higher-up. After a little struggle, the other party was in a daze. A melodious voice sounded, "Where is the impasse entrance?" The Mad Shark clan's higher-up replied mechanically, "The impasse entrance is in the Forbidden Land behind the mountain. There is our Mad Shark clan's ancestor guarding there." Finally, he managed to find out. "Where is the back mountain?" "The back mountain is 500,000 miles to the east." Lin Fei asked some more information about the impasse entrance. He didn't know if it was because the other party's position was not high or he didn't know much, but the questions he asked back and forth were always the same. After asking the answer, Lin Fei directly refined the Sea clan of the Emperor Force. "You go to my space. The Forbidden Land behind the mountain is guarded by the Mad Shark clan's ancestor. It is not easy to go in with you. The Mad Shark clan's ancestor guarding must be at least at the level of an individual immortal. Maybe there is also an array around. Lin Fei must be careful." After leaving the Mad Shark clan's base camp, Lin Fei went straight to the Forbidden Land behind the mountain. When a barren mountain appeared, Lin Fei knew that the impasse entrance was on this mountain. What a heavy guard! With his powerful divine sense, Lin Fei clearly saw the situation inside the mountain. There were many powerful Sea clan members guarding, and almost all of them were individual immortals. There were no less than 100 individual immortals. Very strong, very strong. Tenjin Temple could barely be considered a first-grade sect, but the total number of individual immortals was only about 40 to 50. Now, just the Mad Shark clan guarding the impasse entrance had 100 individual immortals. In human sex, it was equivalent to a first-grade sect. It was not wrong that the Sea clan was stronger than the human race. With 100 individual immortals, Lin Fei didn't dare to force his way in. He didn't have this level of accumulation, and he would be chased the moment he went out. Unable to force his way in, Lin Fei escaped into the void and observed them, looking for an opportunity for himself. This observation lasted for 7 days. During these 7 days, no one appeared in this forbidden land. Some wandering Sea clan members barged in and were instantly killed by the powerful divine sense. On the 8th day, Lin Fei saw a very imposing upper echelon appear. Based on the information he collected, he recognized the other party. The Mad Shark clan's patriarch, Tiger Shark, an expert who had reached the 6th tribulation. The other party entered for about 3 days before Tiger Shark came out of the impasse entrance. The moment he came out, Lin Fei could see that Tiger Shark's essence, qi, and spirit were severely depleted. His strength. Chapter 535. After entering for 3 days, the other party's overall strength had increased. Although nothing could be seen from the outside, Lin Fei could clearly see that the other party had used some sort of mystical ability to gain a portion of strength that did not belong to him. Damn it, isn't this the Heaven and Earth Smelt? Lin Fei's Heaven and Earth Smelt was a godly spirit martial art. There was no need to refine it, and it could be fused into one. The patriarch of the Tiger Shark clan not only consumed essence, energy, and spirit, but also couldn't refine the true essence immediately. It would take a long time to refine, otherwise, if the two true essences clashed, it wouldn't be easy to bear. Only Lin Fei could see this situation. Damn it, this guy must have refined a heavenly demon and even created such a huge scene. It seems like the heavenly demons suppressed in the perilous grounds are all extremely powerful. Lin Fei hesitated, wondering if he could suppress them. The Tigershark tribe leader, who was a 6th tribulation scattered immortal, had also lost a lot of essence, qi, and spirit. Lin Fei was unwilling. It was not easy to come here. Did he really have to give up? If he had this batch of heavenly demon helpers, he would be able to quickly establish a faction that belonged to him. I have to risk it. If I don't, I won't know. Only after I do will I know the result. Lin Fei observed for another 3 days, and no one else appeared in the back mountain. As for the Tigershark tribe leader, he did not appear either. He should be recovering and refining his Zhen Yuan. The chance had come. Lin Fei originally could not find a chance, but when the Tigershark tribe leader appeared, the chance appeared. Mortal body rebirth technique. A Tigershark that looked exactly the same as the Tigershark tribe leader appeared. I believe they can't tell. Lin Fei imitated the aura and consciousness of the Tigershark tribe leader. The only thing he could not imitate was his strength. But that did not matter. A powerful consciousness could imitate the consciousness of a 6th tribulation scattered immortal. Hence, Lin Fei swaggered over. Tens of thousands of li, Lin Fei instantly appeared in the back mountain forbidden ground. Tribe leader, why are you here? When Lin Fei landed on the ground, the Mad Shark powerhouse in charge was obviously doubtful. It seemed that the Tiger Shark patriarch might not appear at this time. Recently, I've had an epiphany. I'm preparing to refine another Skyfiend. Lin Fei put on an air of superiority. Why? Do you need to interrogate me about this? Patriarch, the Elder Council has already said that anyone is allowed to go once a year. The Mad Shark powerhouse seemed to be in a difficult position. You are making things difficult for us. Boom. The 6th tribulation loose immortal rushed out of his divine sense. The Elders' Council is nothing. Lin Fei was infuriated. I will advance to the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm in a few days. Are you going to disobey my order? The loose immortal experts present could also sense the aura from their divine senses. Of course, they did not dare to offend him. It was not good to offend the clan leader, nor was it good to offend the council of elders. However, if their clan leader became a seventh tribulation bodiless celestial, his authority would increase greatly, and they wouldn't dare to offend him. What does the council of elders count for? If it weren't for me, they wouldn't be here today. How could these loose immortal experts dare to stop them? Whoosh! The formation was activated, and a desolate aura rushed out. Lin Fei stepped into the formation, and the formation was quickly sealed again. I was wondering why I couldn't sense the aura of despair. It turns out it's sealed by the formation. This formation is quite impressive. After entering the array, Lin Fei appeared in a pitch-black world in the next second. The place was filled with a deathly aura that sent chills down one's spine. Waves of evil aura kept attacking one's mind. If one was not on guard, one's mind would be corrupted, and one would be controlled by inner demons. What a powerful mind-demonic tune! Lin Fei casually shook his body and destroyed the temptation of the mind-demonic tune, not allowing it to invade his mind at all. The scene in front of him returned to normal. Numerous black iron pillars were locking down the sky demons one after another. They were densely packed together. However, many of the iron pillars had chains attached to them. They're really being suppressed here. Apart from the iron pillars, the only things in this empty world were the iron pillars and chains. It seems like these heavenly demons have all been killed or refined. Lin Fei extended his divine sense, and an empty space entered his vision. Apart from the iron pillars, there were more iron pillars. 100,000 miles, 500,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. What a powerful aura! After 1,000,000 miles, Lin Fei's divine sense only saw a few heavenly demons. There were no other heavenly demons. Looks like the Mad Shark Clan's clan leader must have consumed so much energy to deal with them. Lin Fei understood what was going on. Apart from the remaining heavenly demons, there was no other reason. Corrosive power? While flying, Lin Fei sensed the strangeness of this space. True essence was being corroded, and the speed of this corrosion was very slow. Even Lin Fei could not suppress this mysterious power. No wonder the heavenly demons were suppressed here. Lin Fei came to a realization: with this strange power, no matter how powerful the heavenly demons are, they are destined to be suppressed to death after 1,000,000 years. You despicable and shameless person, you want to refine one of us again today. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, the remaining 9 heavenly demons used their heavenly demon power, and the ferocious heavenly demons opened their bloody mouths and bit down. Your heavenly demon temptation has no effect on me. Don't waste time. It seemed like they were attacking, but in fact, their power was suppressed. The only thing they could use was the heavenly demon temptation, which confused people and made them lose themselves in the ocean. You are not Tigeshark. A phantom walked down from the highest point. Tigeshark, it is impossible to refine the heavenly demon true essence in such a short time. The phantom said again. Who are you? Lin Fei had been focusing on the 9 heavenly demons, ignoring the existence of another heavenly demon, an expert. Only a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal has the divine sense. As the other party spoke, the pressure of the divine sense rumbled out. At the same time, an illusory figure of the divine sense took a huge step forward and punched out, causing the void to ripple, wanting to destroy Lin Fei's divine sense. A peerless expert. Lin Fei was shocked. The divine sense had been cultivated to this level, and its every move was domineering. If it was the real body, it would be terrible. This was the first time Lin Fei encountered such a powerful divine sense, and he recovered in a breath. If the other party attacked with his real body, he might be afraid, but since it was the other party's divine sense, Lin Fei was not afraid at all. Boom! The Heaven Immortal's divine sense rushed out, and also formed a phantom. One was a 9 tribulation divine sense, and the other was a Heaven Immortal's divine sense. The two of them fought. The other party's divine sense was powerful and vast, and the ultimate skills he used were all superior ultimate skills. He could kill all the experts with a wave of his hand. Lin Fei's Heaven Immortal's divine sense was not afraid, and he countered each move, but he was still unable to suppress the other party. In terms of ultimate skills, he was inferior to the other party, but the Heaven Immortal's divine sense kept blocking the other party's attacks, and they were evenly matched. The two of them fought for more than 300 rounds. The Heaven Immortal's divine sense is indeed extraordinary. After 1,000,000 years of cultivation, my divine sense still can't handle you. The other party's phantom retreated, and a faint voice came. If you don't become a Heaven Immortal, you will never be able to advance to the next step. Kid, did you eat a divine spirit herb? Lin Fei already knew that there was a 9 tribulation loose immortal suppressed in this space. If he didn't have the Heaven Immortal's divine sense, the other party would have killed him long ago and obtained the opportunity to leave. How do you know? Humph, your divine sense has reached the Heaven Immortal level, and you have divine power on you. You must have used a divine spirit herb, and it's an extremely old one. You are really a lucky guy. The person laughed. This was the first time someone recognized that Lin Fei had used a divine spirit herb. Since your excellency has such a powerful divine sense, why don't you leave from this place? Lin Fei was on guard. He had to be vigilant against this kind of expert. The phantom tore away the phantom, and on the highest mountain, on a huge iron pillar, a middle-aged heavenly devil appeared. Kid, there is no one else here except for my 9 subordinates. You should change back to your original appearance. Even if you have cultivated the mortal rebirth technique to this level, you still can't hide from me. However, I don't like looking at your face. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself and attack you. The other party could see that he had used a divine spirit herb, and could also see that he had cultivated the mortal rebirth technique. More importantly, this heavenly devil had lived for 1,000,000 years. What kind of concept was this? Lin Fei tore away his appearance, and returned to his original appearance. At such a young age, you have the guts to barge into this place. I have a whole new level of respect for you. The middle-aged man laughed. Kid, do you have any good wine or food on you? I haven't eaten anything good in 1,000,000 years. Lin Fei knew that this heavenly devil was the real leader, especially these 9 subordinates. Every one of them had strength comparable to him, and if they were outside, they would definitely be at the level of an old ancestor. Lin Fei brought a lot of food in the space, and he was not stingy to take it out. Kid, you are considerate. Heaven-grade wine is also satisfying. The middle-aged man was suppressed by the iron chain, so it didn't hinder him from eating. He drank the wine and ate the meat in big mouthfuls. In a few seconds, he ate everything that Lin Fei took out. Kid, you pretended to be that shameless tiger shark and barged in. What are you trying to do? Don't call me kid. You are not much stronger than me. You can call me Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't want to lose his momentum, so he waved his hand and released obsidian. As soon as obsidian came out, he was immediately suppressed by the heavenly devil's aura. After all, with this strength, anyone present was stronger than him. Obsidian greets the old ancestors. Obsidian's eyes were filled with tears. He finally met the old ancestor. I can feel the aura of my subordinates from you. Did you take the heavenly devil elixir? The middle-aged man didn't expect to see his kin again. Obsidian trembled, reporting to the old ancestor, I once took a heavenly devil elixir, so I brought my master here. Lin Fei, you are a human, and you brought us heavenly devils. Aren't you worried about being killed by those old antiques? The middle-aged man couldn't see through this young Lin Fei. Chapter 536. P.S. Thank you to Splendor Knight Dehart for your tip. Old antique? Lin Fei didn't care at all. They just cultivated longer than old antique. Rugwoziji had enough time to cultivate and refine a large number of expert. He could completely defeat old antique. Old antique was just a joke. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entire space fluctuated. A deathly aura swept over as if it wanted to sweep through the entire space. Lin Fei, this is a deathstorm. Don't say I didn't warn you. Even a third or fourth tribulation human loose immortal would be killed by a deathstorm like this, the middle-aged man said with an amused smile. Deathstorm. With his powerful divine sense, Lin Fei could easily sense everything in this space. This place is known as the Death Despair. Every day there will be death storms. The storms are long and short, tormenting us sky demons and destroying our will. You have to be careful. It's not easy to meet someone like you. I don't want you to die like this. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a huge black storm swept over. A huge tornado appeared in Lin Fei's vision. Everywhere the tornado passed, the deathly aura destroyed everything. Lin Fei had heard long ago that some perilous realms were so dangerous that even loose immortals didn't dare to enter rashly. Azure Dragon Armor. Lin Fei quickly flew in front of the largest iron pillar. He grabbed the iron chain and wrapped it around his body. He didn't want to be swept up in this storm. The end of this space was Shimdifang. Lin Fei had no idea. Whoosh! The blades of death slashed at Lin Fei's body. Even though he was wearing armor, there were still marks left on it. These marks were deepening. It was too terrifying. Lin Fei realized how terrifying it was. The Azure Dragon Armor's defense was so strong that even a profound sky spiritual treasure could block it. However, it couldn't block this death storm. Not far away, the bodies of the 9 Skyfiends were continuously destroyed. But in the next second, his flesh and blood body was restored. Flesh rebirth. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a divine ability. Every time they used flesh rebirth, they would consume their true essence, which was not necessarily a good thing for the heavenly demons. A 4-tribulation Skyfiend's body is strong, but it still can't withstand the death storm's attack. Who in the world found such a difong to suppress a Skyfiend? In a few breaths, Lin Fei's Azure Dragon battle armor shattered, and his body was mangled. Not good. If this continues, my physical body will also be destroyed. Even though Lin Fei's true essence was vigorous and could constantly heal his wounds, he still couldn't withstand the onslaught of this storm. Kid, your battle prowess has already reached the level of a 4th tribulation scattered immortal, but you still haven't learned flesh rebirth. This is simply too surprising. The middle-aged man stood in the storm without understanding anything. You're really a weirdo of the human race. Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. My body refining technique is very strong. I didn't expect this death storm to be even stronger. You ate my wine, don't you think you should help me? I'm going to die. You won't have any good wine to eat. Smart kid, I really don't want to see you killed by the storm. However, whether you can survive the storm or not will depend on your capabilities. Listen carefully, this is the mantra for flesh rebirth. Lin Fei had not practiced flesh rebirth. This was a magic skill that could only be cultivated after becoming a loose immortal. Lin Fei had always thought that his Azure Dragon body refining technique was very strong. However, under the death storm it was very weak. That was why he hadn't met a truly powerful opponent. Ding. Do you want to learn flesh rebirth? With this existence, Lin Fei wasn't worried about getting scammed. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for learning flesh rebirth. Lin Fei was very clear that this might be an opportunity for him to learn flesh rebirth and strengthen his defenses. Whoosh. Another storm descended. Lin Fei gave up resisting, and his physical body was torn to pieces. He died just like that? The middle-aged man was surprised as well. How could he meet a fellow who didn't know anything? The middle-aged man was clearer than anyone about how strong the death storm was. When human experts entered, they would die one by one. No one had ever survived. What a pity for a kid who grasped the spiritual sense of a heavenly immortal. The middle-aged man sighed. In the next second, he glared and an image appeared, turning into Lin Fei. It hurts. After recovering, Lin Fei couldn't help but say. During the first flesh rebirth, Lin Fei was in so much pain that he hovered between life and death. If it wasn't for his strong soul force, he might not have been able to hold on. Not bad. You succeeded on your first try. However, fleshly rebirth is divided into 3 stages. Beginner, minor accomplishment, and great accomplishment. You haven't even reached the first stage yet. The middle-aged man was very surprised. Flesh rebirth might seem simple, and most people wouldn't dare to try it. However, Lin Fan succeeded. After the first flesh rebirth, Lin Fei was surprised to find that his physical body was much stronger. He realized the benefits of flesh rebirth. Continue. The death storm continued. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry and began to cultivate flesh rebirth. Every time he experienced pain, it would subtly temper Lin Fei's will. This death storm lasted for a long time, a total of 3 days. During these 3 days, Lin Fei continued to cultivate flesh rebirth. At the beginning, he could only resist for a short while. Now, he could resist for more than 10 breaths of time. Boom! Lin Fei regenerated his flesh and blood once again. The death storm passed and the entire space returned to normal. Lin Fei, you are really a proud son of heaven. You managed to cultivate flesh rebirth to the initial entry so quickly. As long as you are given time, I believe you can cultivate it to the great completion stage. The middle-aged man was impressed. It's all thanks to you. Lin Fei was wary and grateful at the same time. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to learn flesh rebirth. There's no need to thank me. Since Rugua has some good wine and food, I'll accept it. Lin Fei had brought a lot of them, and now they were finally put to use. In the following days, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave the death space. He continued to fight with the scarlet refining heavenly demon while waiting for the death storm to cultivate flesh rebirth. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lin Fei, your divine senses combat ability has reached the level of a heaven immortal, and your flesh rebirth has also reached a small success. You can also tell me your purpose. The scarlet refining heavenly demon laughed. In this month, Lin Fei had achieved something. Especially to cultivate flesh rebirth to a small success, this skill was very heaven-defying. To reach the final level, it required a large amount of time. I want to build a force. You should know the rest. Lin Fei did not hide anything. For an expert of this level, it was best to get straight to the point. Ambition is not bad. The scarlet refining heavenly demon admired Lin Fei. Maybe it was because he revealed a domineering aura from time to time, and didn't care about the rules. However, you don't have to think about this. When we were suppressed, the weakest were 8 or 9 tribulations scattered immortals, and there were many heaven immortals. Unfortunately, they all died under the river of time. In this month, Lin Fei thought about many things, and also thought about the strangeness of this space. Scarlet refining heavenly demon, what you are talking about is the death-cold iron on your body. Rugua, do I have the ability to help you out? The strongest scarlet refining heavenly demon couldn't leave the death space because of the chains on their bodies. The death chains were formed by a special substance. It deeply suppressed them. What can you do? The scarlet refining heavenly demon didn't think much of it. Our ancestor had the strength of a heaven immortal and was suppressed. You're just a human. Don't boast so much. Lin Fei was very perverted. However, they didn't believe that he could get them out of this place. This was a problem that even their ancestor couldn't solve. How could a human have a solution? Rugua, how can I just let you out? The scarlet refining heavenly demon didn't believe it at all. Rugua, if you can save us, my subordinates and I will help you for 500 years. To be able to make the scarlet refining heavenly demon say that, it meant that he didn't believe that Lin Fei could do it. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. 500 years is more or less enough. This is what you said. I want you to make an oath to the heavens, do you dare? Be it the monster race or sky demon, after making the oath, They would be monitored by the Heaven Tao. Forget it, I will do as you say. The scarlet refining heavenly demon had a good impression of Lin Fei. I just hope that you can come in often in the future. Thus, the scarlet refining heavenly demon made the oath. The Heaven Tao sent out a ripple, which meant that the oath was made. No matter what space it was, as long as one made the oath, the Heaven Tao would monitor them. Scarlet refining heavenly demon, I don't need to come in, you can leave soon. Lin Fei could only use his last method. Whether or not it would work would depend on the heavens. God flame appear. On Lin Fei's finger, a god flame appeared. With a flick of his finger, it landed on the death chain and started burning. Heavenly flame? No, this is a god flame. The scarlet refining heavenly demon was shocked. How can you have a god flame? Are you the reincarnation of a god? Other than the reincarnation of a god, mortals are unable to cultivate a god flame. Reincarnation of a god? Lin Fei smiled but didn't say anything. He would let the other party have his doubts. Kacha. Under the burning of the god flame, it took a full day to release the first sky demon. Lin Fei, you saved me, I will help you for 500 years. The moment this sky demon came out, he immediately made an oath. After tens of thousands of years, the sky demon didn't care about 500 years. After spending one day to save one heavenly demon, Lin Fei realized just how terrifying this death frost steel was. No wonder those heavenly immortals could do nothing about it. One after another, the sky demons were saved by Lin Fei. As soon as they came out, they made an oath to help Lin Fei for 500 years. It's been 1,000,000 years, I didn't think I would have the chance to come out. The scarlet refining heavenly demon walked down. Obsidian, you did well, but your strength is too weak. You haven't even learned our Sky Demon clan's Sky Demon Devour. From now on, you will follow me and learn. Obsidian was very excited. This was the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon's advice. Thank you, Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon. Big Brother Qilian, your Sky Demon clan's Sky Demon Devour, was it learned by the Raging Shark clan? Lin Fei was familiar with the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and called him Big Brother Qilian. The Raging Shark clan deserves to die. Back then, some of us Sky Demons couldn't bear the pain and handed over the Sky Demon clan's secret art. That's why a small Raging Shark clan could rise. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was filled with killing intent. We have been suppressed for too long. Our strength has dropped. We need to absorb true essence to recover our strength. No problem. I can trick the Raging Shark clan's loose immortals to come in. You and I can easily suppress them if we join hands. Lin Fei guaranteed. I didn't misjudge you. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon laughed. Thus, the loose immortals of the Raging Shark clan suffered a calamity. Lin Fei personally spoke and tricked the loose immortals one by one. A Heaven Immortal Divine Sense and a 9 Tribulation Loose Immortal Divine Sense easily suppressed and refined the loose immortals. After refining a total of 10, Qi Liao Heavenly Demon and his 9 subordinates stabilized their strength. The 9 heavenly demons were all 4th Tribulation scattered immortals. Qi Liao Heavenly Demon was in the middle stage of 6th Tribulation, but his divine sense was only a step away from Heaven Immortal. Let's go out now. After continuously tricking them, it was no longer possible to continue tricking them. The Raging Shark clan harmed our Sky Demon clan. This time we will kill them. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was filled with killing intent. His 9 subordinates were the same. This was a life and death enmity. When Lin Fei brought them out, the 100 over loose immortals were immediately dealt a heavy blow. To be able to survive from the death space until now, every Sky Demon was extremely strong. When these Sky Demons attacked, their resentment soared to the sky. Raging Shark Loose Immortal's powerful body could not block the attacks of the Sky Demons. The 100 over Loose Immortals were unable to form a formation. 20 Loose Immortals were killed on the spot. Ha ha ha, go back and tell your clan leader that I, the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon, am out. Your raging shark clan can wait for my revenge. After killing 30 loose immortals, the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon retreated with his subordinates and left their encirclement. Those loose immortals could only watch helplessly. When the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon escaped, the raging shark clan was extremely shocked. Their clan leader, Tiger Shark, was even more furious. However, nothing could change the result of the Sky Demon escaping. Damn raging shark clan. If this Sky Demon's strength did not drop, I will definitely kill my way to their base. Outside the sea area, inside a valley, the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was eating a sea beast unwillingly. Big Brother Chilian, you don't have to worry. With your strength as a 6th Tribulation Loose Immortal, you will be able to recover to your peak strength very soon. Lin Fei was really worried that they would go crazy. Peak strength is hard. At least 10 years is a must. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon shook his head. However, let them live for a few more days. I will exterminate them sooner or later. Lin Fei also agreed. You guys escaped from a hopeless situation. The sea area will definitely put you guys on the wanted list. Let's return to the Earth first. Once we reach the Earth, no one will dare to do anything to you. When the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and the rest escaped from a hopeless situation, the Raging Shark Clan will definitely put out a wanted list to chase after the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon. Moreover, the sea area was a dangerous place. At the moment, it was not a suitable place to hide. Although the sea area looked big, it was not as big as the Earth. Alright, let's go to the Earth. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon also knew about the current situation. After enduring for 1,000,000 years, a little bit of time was nothing. Just as he said, the Raging Shark Clan put out a wanted list to chase after the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon. The sea area was in an uproar. Chapter 537. Sin Paradise. Recently, Bloodhand had been having a hard time. Ever since that mysterious expert left, the treasure tower often arranged for people to come over. Facing such a giant, Bloodhand didn't dare to say anything. Bloodhand wasn't a fool. He learned from others that it was that mysterious senior who had a treasure map that no one else could have. The treasure tower arranged for people to come over to monitor him. The treasure tower is really too much. Bloodhand was very resentful. Whether it was the mysterious senior or the treasure tower, he couldn't afford to offend them. Bloodhand was a small force in Sin Paradise, while the treasure tower was a first-rate force. With just a flick of their fingers, even 100 of him would be crushed. In Bloodhand's opinion, this kind of life was one day at a time. When would it end? Boom. Suddenly, a peerlessly powerful divine sense pressed down. Bloodhand knelt on the ground with a thud. Senior, spare me, spare me. As soon as Bloodhand knelt down, he immediately knew that he had met an expert. This is the trash you were talking about? It was a very disdainful voice. Bloodhand wanted to retort, but he didn't dare to open his mouth or raise his head. The powerful divine sense suppressed him, and he couldn't move at all. Bloodhand is a local. With him as an entry point, we can stand firm in Sin Paradise. We won't attract those old antiques. Another familiar voice sounded. Senior, spare me. Crimson Hands finally remembered. Feeling the pressure on his body loosen, he was finally able to move again. He carefully raised his head and saw 10 black-robed men brimming with killing intent. Crimson Hands was so frightened that his expression changed drastically. Each of the black-robed men was powerful enough to kill him. The people who appeared here were Lin Fei's group, who had just returned from the Endless Sea. From the Endless Sea, Lin Fei rescued the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and killed the sea race experts along the way. After getting on land, he didn't go anywhere but went straight to Sin Paradise. You're quite smart. Lin Fei looked at Bloodhand, who was the same as before. After the last time, Bloodhand learned to be smart. Resisting meant death, not resisting meant living. It was better to live than to die. Senior, I found out something that you can't imagine. Blood Hand heaved a sigh of relief after surviving. He immediately showed off. In Sin Paradise, the only person Lin Fei knew was Blood Rogue. Back then, he had left the Blood Hands behind so that he could continue to come here in the future. He hadn't expected it to be put to use so quickly. Tell me, what news do you have? After Senior left, the people who chased after you were all the ones who leaked the news from the treasure tower. Blood Hand might have been targeted by the treasure tower, but he had his own ways of finding out information through secrets that were not known to others. I knew it was done by the people of the treasure pavilion. Lin Fei had suspected it a long time ago. The people of the treasure tower have been stationed in our Bloody Hand Hall, and they have been constantly monitoring us. They want to report the news back to Senior as soon as you arrive. Bloody Hand hurriedly threw out the second piece of information. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon signaled to his two subordinates, "Go and capture that person. Remember, don't make any noise." "Do you want me to lead the way?" Blood Hand volunteered. "Approximate location and how strong are they?" Blood Hand's hatred towards the members of the Wisdom Treasure Pavilion was very deep, so he was more proactive than anyone else when there was someone who could deal with them. After a while, an Emperor Realm expert was thrown in front of them. "Blood Hand, how dare you? Just wait to be destroyed by the Treasure Pavilion." The person who came was very arrogant. The Treasure Pavilion was a big force in Sin Paradise. To destroy a small Bloody Hand Hall, they only needed to send out a peak Emperor Realm expert. Bang! The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon came up and shrouded him. "A mere intermediate stage Emperor Realm expert, yet you act like an old man. You humans are really arrogant." With this grab, the experts of the Treasure Pavilion immediately withered. The strength of the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was tyrannical, a monster that had lived for millions of years. The killing intent that leaked from his body was not something that an Emperor Realm expert could withstand. "You are a heavenly demon, a rogue immortal heavenly demon." This Emperor was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. "At least you are knowledgeable." The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon coldly snorted, "Tell me everything you know, otherwise this daddy will be the first to eat you." I'll talk, please don't eat me." This Emperor Realm expert didn't dare to lie and said everything he knew. Just as Bloody Hand said, the Emperor Realm expert arranged by the Treasure Pavilion was actually monitoring Bloody Hand and waiting for Lin Fei to appear. When the time came, he would capture Lin Fei and force him to reveal the treasure map. "Lin Fei, should we kill this Emperor Realm expert or?" "Big Brother Qilian, this Emperor Realm expert is useful." Lin Fei shook his head. "With the spies arranged by the Treasure Pavilion, we can also know some inside information about the Treasure Pavilion." Consider yourself lucky." The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon threw the place on the ground. "Take him away and suppress him." After understanding the intentions of the Treasure Pavilion, Lin Fei had killing intent towards them. "With just a guess, he made a move on me. Fortunately, I am strong, otherwise it would be hard to say." "How are you going to make a move?" The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon sat down. Lin Fei had a plan. "I plan to use the Bloody Hand Hall as a foundation to quickly expand my forces and recruit the evil people of Sin Paradise, becoming the first batch of forces." Now that he had the backbone, he needed a group of strong fighters. The most suitable method was to expand a force, recruit experts from all walks of life, and strengthen his forces. Sin Paradise was the best place to do so. "This is a good idea." The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon agreed. "With my 9 subordinates, it won't be a problem to quickly expand my forces. Even if I encounter a true expert, the 9 of them can join forces to cast a formation and resist the attack of a 6 Tribulation Scattered Immortal. If it's 1-on-1, they can even deal with a 5 Tribulation Scattered Immortal." Sin Paradise was overseen by Old Antique, and with Lin Fei's powerful divine sense, He could sense several tyrannical auras in Sin Paradise. Forcefully occupying it wouldn't work, so recruiting subordinates from the inside was undoubtedly the best way. The various forces in Sin Paradise wouldn't be against it. Bloodhand was dumbfounded as he listened on the side. These 10 black-robed men were all scattered immortal experts, and it would be a piece of cake for them to wipe out most of the forces in Sin Paradise. Bloodhand, from tomorrow onwards, with your identity, lead them to wipe out the small forces. Lin Fei didn't give Bloodhand a chance to speak. If you do a good job, there will be many benefits for you in the future. Rest assured, Senior, this lowly one will definitely do his best. In terms of strength, I'm not strong, but I understand Sin Paradise the best. Bloodhand immediately realized that this was an opportunity. Bloodhand, do you know of any powerful Lone Rangers near Sin Paradise? Lin Fei asked again. In order to establish his own forces, Lin Fei didn't only set his sights on Sin Paradise, but also on some powerful Lone Rangers. I know of this. Bloodhand was worried that he couldn't find a chance to express himself. If Senior wants, I'll immediately arrange for someone to send the information over. Lin Fei quite liked people like Bloodhand who weren't strong but knew how to do things. Even if these people were fence-sitters, as long as they had enough strength, they wouldn't dare to be half-hearted. Big Brother Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon, we still need to deal with these Lone Rangers together. After getting a set of information, there were many powerful Lone Rangers recorded on it, and their strength was clearly marked. A two-pronged approach is not bad. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon said, I also want to see if the human experts of the continent are as strong as they were in the past. The next day, Bloodhand ordered his subordinates to bring the Heavenly Demon and attack together, easily subduing the various forces. Once the Heavenly Demon appeared, the other party's leader would be beheaded, and the gang that lost its leader would be completely crippled. After killing some of the disobedient higher-ups, Bloodhand easily brought them into his sphere of influence. Sin Paradise was a place where the fist was the strongest. Every day, the big and small forces would change their banners, and the villains of the gangs were also used to constantly changing forces. Bloodhand easily took in the forces under his command, and his own force continued to grow like a snowball. In just a few days, Bloody Hand Hall had leaped from a small force to a big force in Sin Paradise, gradually falling into the eyes of some people. A rapidly rising force would inevitably attract some people's attention. Many big forces sent people one after another, wanting to recruit Bloody Hand Hall. Although Bloody Hand looked mighty, he clearly knew that he couldn't make the decision. All of them were rejected. On the other side, Lin Fei and Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon held the list in their hands and began to look for the Lone Rangers on the list. Taoist Lung Shui. Lin Fei punched the bottom of a valley, causing the huge valley to be razed to the ground. A rogue immortal expert called Taoist Ling Shui lived in this place. Since Lin Fei came with Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon, he didn't plan to use peaceful means before resorting to force. This wouldn't work for Lone Rangers. Sire, you have guts. Taoist Ling Shui flew out, and seeing the destroyed valley, his face was filled with anger. Lin Feitian's immortal spiritual sense crushed over, suppressing the other party without any hesitation. He gave the other party 2 conditions to choose, either to live or to die. Taoist Ling Shui completely gave up. He was suppressed by the other party in less than 1 move, and it would be easy for the other party to kill him, so he chose to live. Lin Fei, from the unseen world, this heavenly demon felt that the continent will be in chaos, and heroes will be born in troubled times. If you don't fall, you will definitely become an overlord of the continent. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon had seen many geniuses, but it was rare to see someone like Lin Fei who could kill in an instant. Big Brother Qilian, I will be embarrassed if you say that. Lin Fei laughed. I just want to protect myself and my family. I want to protect the people I love. Don't worry, for an overlord like you, Big Brother will definitely help you. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon recognized Lin Fei as a person with a bright future, and if he assisted him now, he would become a strong ally of the Heavenly Demon clan in the future. The experts of the Heavenly Demon clan had been exterminated, and they needed a strong ally. Lin Fei and Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon joined hands, and almost no one could resist them. All the Lone Rangers on the list were either killed or chose to join, there was no third choice. In a short period of time, almost all the Lone Rangers on the list were under them, and with the strength of Lin Fei and Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon, these Lone Rangers seemed to see hope. Chapter 538. Sin Paradise Treasure Tower. "What's going on with the Bloody Hand Hall?" asked the gray-robed old man on the highest floor of the treasure tower. In the past half a month, the Bloody Hand Hall's forces have been expanding, destroying one force after another, seriously affecting the interests of the major forces. Especially after the mid-sized forces were destroyed, the Bloody Hand Hall was feared. According to the information we received from the Bloody Hand Hall, it seems that the Bloody Hand Hall spent a lot of benefits to recruit several mysterious experts, each of whom is a loose immortal expert. "Tell them to investigate the origins of the mysterious loose immortals," said the gray-robed old man. "Also, tell Bloody Hand to stop before going too far. Greed will get people killed." The expansion of the Bloody Hand Hall has affected the treasure tower. The treasure tower sells a large number of pills to various forces. Now that many forces have been subdued by the Bloody Hand Hall, it has unknowingly affected the interests of the treasure tower. Understood. Bloody Hand has been in high spirits recently. Although he is a puppet, he is very satisfied with being a puppet. He has never thought of this kind of achievement in his life. The major forces of Sin Paradise have repeatedly extended olive branches to him. In the past, they probably don't even know what he is. Leader, the housekeeper of the treasure tower has brought people. The Emperor Realm expert who was suppressed in the past ran up with the news. His life is in the hands of the heavenly demons, so he doesn't dare to have any disloyalty. Bloody Hand is not the same as before. He asked for their opinion. "Lords, what should we do?" Usually, Bloody Hand is personally in charge of things. If he encounters something he can't deal with, he will ask the 9 loose immortals and heavenly demons for them to make a decision. Let's see what their purpose is first. After the Bloody Hand Hall annexed the small forces, they need time to digest. The 9 heavenly demons are enjoying their wonderful days. Soon, the housekeeper of the treasure tower came down with a few subordinates. With the presence of a major force like the treasure tower, the housekeeper doesn't care about the Bloody Hand Hall at all. Just a few loose immortals, the treasure tower can easily destroy them. "Bloody Hand, you are so arrogant. You don't even want to come down after seeing our housekeeper?" Blood Hand was sitting on his seat with a condescending and domineering expression. "This is the Blood Hand Hall, not your treasure pavilion. If you want to behave atrociously, go somewhere else." Blood Hand often remembered that he was now the boss of the Bloody Hand Hall. This face was very important, not to mention that there were 9 heavenly demons beside him. How could he weaken his momentum? As a puppet, he had to withstand everything. The Treasure Pavilion's manager revealed a cold light in his eyes. "Blood Hand, you're really quite audacious. Are you prepared to go against our Treasure Pavilion?" A powerful aura pressed over, not giving any face to Blood Hand at all. He was the boss of a mid-level force, so there was no need to be polite. Bang! A heavenly demon stood in front of Blood Hand, blocking his divine sense attack. His tone was cold as he said, "If there's a next time, I'll cripple you immediately." They had all been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years, so each of them had a bad temper. They didn't take a mere Treasure Pavilion's manager seriously at all. If they didn't have scruples, they would have crippled the other party without saying a word. The Treasure Pavilion's manager's expression changed. He felt a violent killing intent from the other party. His words were neither light nor heavy, but the killing intent was awe-inspiring. What a terrifying loose immortal, what a terrifying aura. Where did they come from? My master asked me to tell you that, Bloodhand, you should stop before going too far. The Treasure Pavilion's manager didn't dare to continue. If there was only one of them, there was nothing to worry about. However, there were 9 of them. If they really made a move, he would die without a doubt. Bloodhand laughed loudly. What do you mean stop before going too far? Do you think your Treasure Pavilion can stop everything by relying on strength in Sin Paradise? I, Bloodhand, really don't believe it. The Treasure Pavilion's manager thought that Bloodhand would restrain himself after hearing these words. Unexpectedly, Bloodhand talked back to him in public and didn't put the Treasure Pavilion in his eyes at all. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. Bloodhand, remember what you said. You're on your own. After speaking, he prepared to turn around and blacklist the Bloody Hand Hall. No need to leave. Boom! A group of people walked out of the void. Each of them exuded a powerful aura of a loose immortal. The 2 people in the lead were black-robed men. It's you, Lin Fei. You actually came back. The Treasure Pavilion's manager was shocked. He recognized Lin Fei as himself. He immediately recognized the black-robed men. Good memory. Lin Fei's eyes were cold. Since you came today, why go back? Stay and be a guest. Don't even think about it. The Treasure Pavilion's manager immediately understood why the Bloody Hand Hall's strength expanded so quickly. The person behind the scenes was Lin Fei. He was preparing to go against the Treasure Pavilion. This news must be reported to the Pavilion Master immediately. He immediately tore a teleportation talisman and prepared to teleport out. Get out. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil's Heavenly Devil Hand had the power to cut through space and shook the Treasure Pavilion's manager, who was preparing to escape out. Just this move showed the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil's super strength. The Treasure Pavilion's manager only had the strength of a 3rd Tribulation loose immortal. He had no ability to fight back against the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil. You are a Heavenly Devil. It is impossible for the Heavenly Devil clan to have such super strength. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil sneered. That was in the past. Don't confuse the present. He turned to Lin Fei and said, This person must know many secrets of the Treasure Pavilion. I will use Heavenly Devil Soul Search to search his memory. This kind of person is useless to me. Big brother, feel free to do it. Lin Fei knew that the Treasure Pavilion couldn't sit still when the Treasure Pavilion arranged for the manager to come. No. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon immediately used the Heavenly Demon Soul Searching technique. This was an extremely overbearing soul-searching technique of the Heavenly Demon race. The person who used it would be stronger than the person who used it. The Treasure Pavilion's manager knew about the Heavenly Devil clan. He naturally knew about the absolute art of the Heavenly Devil clan. After forcefully searching, the Treasure Pavilion's manager became an idiot. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil didn't hold back and directly devoured the other party's true essence. This guy really has secrets on him. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil sneered. The business of the Treasure Tower has been greatly affected, and they are trying to swallow up the Bloody Hand Hall. Fortunately, their memories have been searched, and I know the recent transactions of the Treasure Tower. This Treasure Tower is your enemy, so we will make them suffer. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil was an extremely vicious guy. He had always been extremely overbearing. Lin Fei had long been unhappy with the Treasure Pavilion. Good. The Treasure Pavilion has the idea of annexing the Bloody Hand Hall. I want them to know the consequences and regret. The Treasure Pavilion is the #1 auction house in Sin Paradise. We can make a lot of money from them. The Bloody Hand Hall's strength expanded. They also recruited 50 to 60 rogue immortals. Lin Fei's strength increased greatly. He was not afraid of the Treasure Pavilion. In a place like Sin Paradise, it was not a big deal. Even if the Treasure Pavilion knew about it, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Lin Fei was not afraid of the other party. If the treasure pavilion had such thoughts, Lin Fei would dare to make a move. The timid would starve to death and the bold would die. Lin Fei was the latter. He was not afraid of the heavens or the earth. Several secret transactions of the treasure pavilion were almost robbed at the same time. No one was left alive at the scene. The methods were cruel. The treasure pavilion was furious. Who can tell me what's going on? The gray-robed old man was furious. The reason why the treasure pavilion could become the #1 auction house in Sin Paradise was because of the treasures they collected from all over the place. Now that the treasures were robbed, it was a serious blow. It affected the auction of the treasure pavilion. Old Da, why isn't he back yet? The gray-robed old man remembered his butler. As several secret transactions had problems, he immediately arranged people to investigate. Reporting to the pavilion master, Butler Da's jade token is broken. The Bloody Hand Hall is really audacious. They even dare to kill my people. The gray-robed old man immediately understood. A mere medium force dared to go against him, and even dared to rob the treasures of the treasure pavilion. They were really tired of living. Pass the order. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 great rogue immortals. This pavilion master will destroy the Bloody Hand Hall. The gray-robed old man's roar spread throughout the entire treasure pavilion. A medium force dared to challenge the treasure pavilion, which was no less than a provocation. The treasure pavilion didn't need any reason to destroy a medium force. No one dared to say anything bad about the treasure pavilion. When the news came out, all the forces in Sin Paradise were surprised. Arranging 5 great rogue immortals to deal with the Bloody Hand Hall was taking the Bloody Hand Hall too seriously. It was just a few rogue immortals. The treasure pavilion was going too far. No one believed that the Bloody Hand Hall could hold on. After all, the treasure pavilion was a first-class force in Sin Paradise. There were many experts in it. No one dared to disrespect the treasure pavilion. Now that the Bloody Hand Hall dared to send experts to plunder the treasure pavilion's resources, it was no different from provoking the treasure pavilion. The Bloody Hand Hall's unbridled expansion made all the major forces very unhappy. Since the Bloody Hand Hall didn't give them any face, the Supreme Treasure Tower was naturally willing to see the Bloody Hand Hall being annihilated. After the annihilation, the empty territory could be used to support a large force, and for them, it was ready-made. The treasure pavilion finally couldn't help but make a move. After receiving the news, Lin Fei laughed. It would be fine if the treasure pavilion didn't make a move, but once they made a move, they would definitely be in trouble. The Bloody Hand Hall's force is expanding very quickly, but it is still not a large force. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon said, "We need a big victory. We need to use absolute strength to tell the treasure pavilion and the major forces that we can't make a move on anyone. Even if it's an existence like the treasure pavilion, we will make them pay the price." Lin Fei felt that it was too slow to develop step by step. The treasure pavilion made a move. Lin Fei was prepared to defeat them in one fell swoop. He wanted to use the rogue immortals of the treasure pavilion to set off the strength of the Bloody Hand Hall. Only then could he truly stand firm in Sin Paradise. Chapter 539. The Treasure Tower's attack was completely within everyone's expectations. Only the result was out of everyone's expectations. They originally thought that the Bloody Hand Hall's loose immortals would be one-sided, but when the real battle began, everyone knew how terrifying the Bloody Hand Hall's strength was. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each of the 5 great loose immortals was tyrannical. Most importantly, they could use the 5 elements battle formation, which increased their combat strength by more than 10 times. In the treasure tower, the 5 great loose immortals held high positions and rarely made them personally take action. Once the 5 of them took action, they had never disappointed anyone. It was precisely these 5 great loose immortals who took action together, but as soon as they took action, they were suppressed by a powerful loose immortal from the Bloody Hand Hall. Even after activating the 5 elements battle formation, they still couldn't change the battle situation. The 5 great loose immortals were killed on the spot. The entire Sin Paradise was in an uproar. They couldn't believe this result. The famous 5 great loose immortals of the Treasure Tower joined forces to display a battle formation that increased their combat strength by 10 times, but they still couldn't resist the other side's suppression. All the forces immediately remembered the fierce name of Taoist Qi Lian. The Bloody Hand Hall had a powerful loose immortal guarding it. They were originally prepared to watch the show, but after seeing this scene, they finally realized the horror of the Bloody Hand Hall. The Treasure Tower lost 5 great loose immortals, but more importantly, it lost its reputation. On the same day, the Bloody Hand Hall launched an attack on the forces under the control of the Treasure Tower, killing the leaders of the subordinate forces one by one with lightning speed. The Treasure Tower suffered heavy losses and suffered heavy losses. The forces that could truly become the subordinates of the Treasure Tower were all existences worthy of cultivation. They were all killed in one day. The Treasure Tower had lost all its face. Although the Bloody Hand Hall wasn't a large force, the other forces treated it as a large force. The Supreme Treasure Pavilion returned in a crushing defeat. The Hall of Bloody Hand was no longer a force that could be easily destroyed. It could be considered a truly great force in Sin Paradise. There were countless evil people in Sin Paradise, and even more of them were neutral. Seeing the rise of the Bloody Hand Hall, they decided to join the Bloody Hand Hall. The Bloody Hand Hall's strength greatly increased, and it became a major faction in Sin Paradise. It had many experts under its command, and no one dared to underestimate it. The Treasure Tower suffered heavy losses this time. 80% of the forces under them were swept by us. Lin Fei was in a great mood. The Treasure Tower is unable to detect our strength now, so they don't dare act rashly and have become cowards. The one who went out to battle that day was none other than the Qi Lian Heavenly Demon, an old monster that had lived for millions of years. The 5 elements battle formation was broken effortlessly, and the 5 great loose immortals were killed. I think it's still not enough. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was not satisfied. We are showing off our abilities now, and the other big forces are eyeing us. If we are not careful, the Bloody Hand Hall will be destroyed. In my opinion, we should quickly wipe out one of the big forces. Within a month, the Bloody Hand Hall had expanded its influence and strength. Anyone would be satisfied with this, but Lin Fei was not. The continent was changing every day, and this little bit of development was nothing. Big Brother Qi Lian, you're right. Lin Fei also agreed. Why don't we start with the Treasure Tower? We will kill a dozen of their loose immortal experts, and the Treasure Tower will hate us to the bone. Sooner or later, they will join forces with other forces to deal with us. We will strike first and thoroughly eliminate the Treasure Tower. Lin Fei was strong and fearless, and the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was the same. He was arrogant and overbearing, and after escaping, he was even more overbearing. The Tower Master of the Treasure Tower should be around the strength of a 6th Tribulation loose immortal. If you and I attack together, we can completely kill their upper echelons. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon's eyes revealed an ominous glint. There's no time like the present. We will kill our way to the Treasure Tower tonight and catch them off guard. Lin Fei applauded loudly. The Treasure Tower must be plotting something. We will directly kill our way into their headquarters. There are countless resources in the Treasure Tower, and I am worried that the Tower Master of the Treasure Tower has an immortal artifact. Back then, Lin Fei had participated in the Treasure Tower's auction and auctioned off an immortal artifact. It was an immortal artifact that was even more valuable than a profound heavenly spirit treasure, and its might was extraordinary. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon didn't mind. The immortal artifact is a little troublesome, but if we work together and don't give him a chance to use it, we can definitely kill him. Qi Lian Heavenly Fiend had the strength of a 6th Tribulation bodiless immortal, attained the Flesh Rebirth Mastery stage, and his divine sense had attained the 9th tribulation bodiless immortal stage. Coupled with the cooperation of Lin Fei, dealing with the treasure pavilion's master was nothing difficult. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. Tonight, the forces of the treasure tower were greatly affected. The strength of the treasure pavilion's headquarters was not greatly affected, and what they lost were the peripheral forces. Even so, the impact on the treasure pavilion was not small, and it was not something that could be recovered in a short period of time. In order to guard against a surprise attack from the Bloody Hand Hall, a group of experts were stationed outside the treasure tower to prevent the Bloody Hand Hall from destroying it. The treasure tower is truly cowardly. Lin Fei and the Qilian heavenly demon appeared outside the supreme treasure tower. What kind of force is this? The Qilian heavenly demon didn't think much of it. Let's go in and destroy the treasure tower's ruler first, and disintegrate their pillar. To catch bandits, one must first capture the king, and it was the same for killing. The two's divine senses were powerful, and no one could resist their hypnosis, and the way was unimpeded. One was a heaven immortal divine sense, and the other was a 9 tribulation loose immortal divine sense. Lin Fei didn't hide anything, and taught the Qilian heavenly demon spirit entrustment. When the two attacked together, they were truly invincible, and almost all the experts were hypnotized. The Tower Master is cultivating in the top space. Lin Fei hypnotized a 3 tribulation loose immortal and forced him to reveal the whereabouts of the Tower Master. The Death Space's divine sense was tempered, and now that he used spirit entrustment, it was always successful, and the Heaven Immortal divine sense was truly put to use. Treasure Tower, top space. Bloody Hand Hall, this time, you won't be able to turn things around, and you will suffer a crushing defeat. The treasure tower's strength had suffered heavy losses, and the Tower Master, Ji Bao, listed the Bloody Hand Hall as his life and death enemy. The only thing he couldn't understand was how a small Bloody Hand Hall dared to attack the treasure tower. You want us to have nowhere to turn things around. Rumble. The space was broken, and 2 black-robed people rushed in. It's you. Ji Bao recognized Lin Fei at a glance, and immediately understood what was going on. The Bloody Hand Hall is controlled by you. Old dog, you guessed it right. Lin Fei's gaze was like a knife. Last time, in order to deal with me, you spread rumors and tried to frame me. Today, I will take your dog life. Attack! Lin Fei's heaven immortal divine sense swarmed out, and the huge space trapped Ji Bao in an illusion. Mountains of knives and seas of fire constantly attacked. In this battle, Lin Fei cooperated and attacked the Qilian heavenly demon. Heavenly Demon Blade. The Qilian heavenly demon transformed into a heavenly demon everywhere, and the fierce heavenly demon blade slashed down again and again, instantly injuring Ji Bao. Lin Fei, how dare you collude with the heavenly demon? You will become the public enemy of the continent. Ji Bao roared and blocked the Qilian heavenly demon's attack. Ji Bao did not expect that Lin Fei, who he could easily deal with, would have a terrifying heaven immortal divine sense, constantly creating illusions, making him tired to deal with it. Plus, there was a ferocious heavenly demon, so it was impossible for him to not be injured. Old dog, you should take care of yourself. Lin Fei laughed. Bang! The heavenly demon blade slashed down, cutting off one of Ji Bao's arms, causing blood to flow, and his vitality to be greatly injured. No, if this goes on, I will die without a doubt. This Lin Fei is too cunning. I have to deal with the illusions on one side, and this heavenly demon with the same strength as me on the other. If I am not careful, I will be killed. Ji Bao never thought that a small ant like Lin Fei would dare to kill his camp, and even want to kill him. His anger was burning, but he was still at a disadvantage. This is what you forced me to do. Ji Bao dodged the fatal blade and made a series of hand seals, 8 desolation 6 directional cauldron. Rumble. A huge tremor occurred in the huge space. In Sin Paradise, the tall and magnificent building of Bao Tower fell with a loud crash, and a huge cauldron emitted infinite immortal might, spreading all over Sin Paradise. Immortal weapon, Bao Tower's immortal weapon. All the major forces were instantly alarmed, and tyrannical divine sense fell on Bao Tower. 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron, high-grade immortal weapon. Bao Tower hid so deeply, I didn't expect it to be an immortal weapon. Everyone has been deceived. What is going on with Bao Tower? Why did they activate the immortal weapon? Could it be that they encountered a major accident? A high-grade immortal weapon. Everyone underestimated Bao Tower's true strength. No wonder they could stand in Sin Paradise. Ha ha ha, you are indeed very powerful when you join hands, but you are now inside the immortal weapon. I will suppress you one by one. Bao Tower's immortal might protected his body, and the injuries on his body healed in an instant. Lin Fei and Qi Lian, heavenly demon, were shocked. After all their calculations, they neglected Bao Tower, so it turned out to be an immortal weapon. Kill. Qi Lian, heavenly demon, slashed down with 1,000 feet long heavenly demon blade. Lin Fei also gave up on creating illusions, and the 3,000 immortal art great slicing technique turned into a huge blade that slashed towards Bao Tower. Rumble. A black cauldron appeared around Taoist Bao's body, and the terrifying attack was forcibly blocked by it. It's useless. This is the space of the 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron. I am an immortal existence. Bao Tower activated the 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron, and his heart ached. Suppress. Bao Tower waved his hand, and huge cauldrons came down from the sky. A vast and boundless immortal force enveloped the two, a power that surpassed true essence, and in front of this power, the two's strength seemed insufficient. This is immortal force, he is using immortal force. Qi Lian, heavenly demon, was shocked. No wonder he is so fearless. Immortal force surpassed the power of true essence, and it was a terrifying power. Lin Fei had a small success in flesh rebirth, and with the huge immortal force on his body, he was like a supreme mountain that pressed down on him to the point that he could not move, and his flesh felt like it was about to collapse. Good knowledge, this is the supreme immortal force. Bao Tower said malevolently, I am going to suppress you forever in this immortal artifact. The huge cauldron slowly descended, and no matter how the two fought back, this huge cauldron did not move at all. Every attack that had the strength to kill a loose immortal could not break the cauldron at all. The cauldron descended a bit, and the pressure on the two increased greatly. If not for their flesh rebirth reaching a certain level, this pressure alone would have caused their flesh to collapse. This was the first time Lin Fei saw the power of an immortal artifact, and it could actually suppress his strength. Big brother Qi Lian, is this immortal force really unbreakable? Immortal force is a supreme power that does not belong to our world. We have underestimated the power of Bao Tower. A high-grade immortal artifact, they really hid it well. Qi Lian, heavenly demon, had to admit the power of immortal force. Immortal force is indeed unbreakable. If my immortal artifact had not been destroyed in the battle back then, a high-grade immortal artifact would have been easy to break, and I would have taught him a lesson. Lin Fei did not believe that immortal force was unbreakable. There must be a way to break it, and everything had a counter. His immortal artifact must be activated with immortal force, and once it loses immortal force, its power will be greatly reduced? That's right, an immortal artifact must be activated with immortal force in order to display its true power. If Bao Tower uses true essence, you and I can break it in an instant. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. Big brother Qi Lian, leave this immortal force to me. Later, you will go kill Bao Tower and snatch this high-grade immortal artifact. At the crucial moment, Lin Fei was prepared to use his supreme art, heaven and earth smelt. Bao Tower is weaker than me, and without the immortal artifact to protect him, killing him will be easy. Qi Lian, heavenly demon, was also furious. Heaven and earth smelt, devour. Rumble. Lin Fei turned into a giant red heaven and earth smelt, and the vast aura of heaven and earth filled the entire immortal artifact. Lin Fei must be the reincarnation of a god, and this technique must surpass the celestial world's technique. Qi Lian heavenly demon shouted, Jibao Tower, die. Lin Fei did not know if the heaven and earth smelt could refine immortal force, so he decided to devour it first and fight for a chance for Big Brother Qi Lian. The moment the heaven and earth smelt spun, the vast immortal force instantly lost control and was devoured by the heaven and earth smelt. What is this, my immortal force, why is it like this? Jibao Tower nearly vomited blood, and his face finally revealed fear. The unstoppable immortal force was gradually decreasing, and the power of the immortal artifact was gradually weakening. Hong. Qi Lian heavenly demon's blade sent the cauldrons flying. Die. Sky Demon 18 blades. Qi Lian heavenly demon revealed his heavenly demon true body, which was thousands of feet tall. The aura of the heavenly demon was revealed, and the 1,000-feet-long heavenly demon blade slashed down. Block. Jibao Tower's brows twitched, and he was barely able to control the immortal force that was constantly flowing out. Dang dang dang. Qi Lian heavenly demon used Sky Demon 18 blades, which was the true ultimate technique of the heavenly demon race. When it was used to the 13th blade, it sent Jibao Tower flying. Sky Demon 14 blades. Qi Lian heavenly demon and blade combined, and supreme demonic might slash down. Jibao Tower blocked the 13th blade, and his immortal force was exhausted. Many profound sky spiritual treasures appeared on his body, and he tried to block the domineering blade, but he neglected the domineering nature of the heavenly demon race. Qi Lian heavenly demon was suppressed for millions of years, and his ferocity was terrifying. Hong. The profound heavenly spirit treasure floating in the air, under the crimson refined heavenly devil's blade, the terrifying power was all shattered into pieces, and even the person's primordial spirit was killed. Chapter 540. As soon as Taoist Jibao died, he lost control of his celestial power and was in a wandering state. The pressure on Lin Fei immediately decreased. Are you all right? The Qi Lian heavenly demon flew up and saw that Lin Fei had turned into a huge monster. After absorbing a large amount of immortal power, Lin Fei was like an inflated ball. He was unable to digest the immortal power. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Lin Fei returned to normal. He still had lingering fear in his heart. Immortal artifacts are indeed not easy to deal with. If Lin Fei had not used the heaven and earth smelt at the critical moment to absorb the immortal energy, he would have been suppressed by Jibao immortal on the spot. Qi Lian heavenly demon said solemnly, Tao Master Jibao hid a trump card. Your secret art is still the best. Now that Tao Master Jibao is dead, let's go and kill their higher-ups first. When the spiritual master of Jibao activated the immortal artifact, the higher-ups inside could not get out. It was a good opportunity for Lin Fei and the Qi Lian heavenly demon. The higher-ups should be killed. Leaving them alive will only bring disaster. The two of them hit it off and charged towards the higher-ups of the treasure pavilion right away. As mentioned earlier, when the two of them joined forces, they were truly like gods that had descended into the world, and no one was capable of stopping their joint attack. The higher-ups of the treasure pavilion had all died at the hands of the two of them after a short hour. Outside the treasure pavilion, numerous formidable divine senses were constantly staring at it. They were temporarily unable to figure out exactly who it was that attacked the treasure pavilion and utilized an ultimate immortal artifact. The 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron was a high-grade immortal artifact. Even though their spiritual senses were very strong, they were still incapable of seeing through the immortal artifact and observing everything that was happening within it. Some people suspected that the fight had started in the Bloody Hand Hall. Someone immediately confirmed that the Bloody Hand Hall didn't send anyone. In other words, the Bloody Hand Hall didn't make a move. Mysterious. A layer of mystery shrouded everyone's hearts. Secrets that could not be discovered were the most frightening. The next day, the 8 Desolations 6-directional cauldron still stood there, giving off a massive celestial might that made it so that no one dared to get close. Anyone who got close would be crushed to the ground like a dead dog. The immortal artifact has been taken. After the 8 Desolation hexagon cauldron vanished and was replaced by the original appearance of the treasure tower, all the powers knew that the matter had come to an end. Before they could digest it, the Bloodhand Hall's troops arrived and instantly cleaned up the forces in the periphery of the treasure pavilion. Hall of Bloody Hand? A huge question mark popped up in the minds of the various forces. The treasure pavilion was destroyed just like that? This result was unacceptable to everyone. It was like a little brother saying that he wanted to get rid of the boss to take over. No one would believe him. Firstly, he didn't have the strength, and secondly, he didn't have the money, so he was nothing. Yet, he did it. If it was said that the reason the Bloody Hand Hall had the upper hand in the beginning was because the treasure tower did not make a move, but the treasure tower was where their headquarters was located, and all the experts were gathered in one place, so how could the Bloody Hand Hall deal with them so easily? Suspicious, extremely suspicious. After the Bloody Hand Hall occupied the treasure pavilion, it was announced that the treasure pavilion had been destroyed. Everyone had no choice but to accept the fact that the Bloody Hand Hall had truly become a major force. In a single night, the treasure tower was gone. The Bloody Hand Hall stepped on the bloodied treasure tower and became a major power in Sin Paradise. At the same time, they changed the power structure of Sin Paradise. The treasure tower is really rich and overbearing. After occupying the treasure tower, Lin Fei and the Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon took care of the higher-ups. After a short rest, they entered the treasury with their men. Needless to say, the treasure pavilion was known as the #1 auction house in Sin Paradise, and the amount of resources it collected was an enormous figure, causing Lin Fei to become extremely wealthy in a short time. Big Brother Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon, you can take half of these resources for killing the treasure Taoist. Little brother, Big Brother appreciates your kind intentions. The Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon said, for our Heavenly Demon clan, cultivation resources are nothing to us. Our clan needs to kill and refine experts to increase our strength. Cultivation resources are of little use to us. Lin Fei did not expect that Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon would refuse. Don't think so much. The Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon smiled. These resources are just the capital for you to establish your own sect. Any major power, if they don't have resources, they won't give a damn about you. If you want to use these resources, feel free to take them. Lin Fei could only do this. We need a lot of resources to occupy the treasure tower. In the past, Lin Fei was an independent person, so he did not need to consider anything. But now it was different, since he wanted to establish his own force. Manpower and resources were indispensable. 8 Desolation 6-directional cauldron, you better refine it immediately. The Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon reminded Lin Fei, with this high-grade immortal tool, we will be able to sit firmly in Sin Paradise. I'll have to trouble Big Brother with the matters outside. With me in charge, those forces outside will not dare to act rashly. The Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon laughed. I can't wait for them to appear. I'll kill them one by one to increase my strength. The 8 Desolation 6-directional cauldron was divided into different spaces. This high-grade immortal tool was not the true main attack. It was mainly used as a support. It opened up many spaces inside, forming a true base camp. Fortunately, Big Brother Qi Lian and I attacked together and killed the other party before Spiritual Master Ji Bao escaped. Otherwise, he would not have been able to harm the other party even if he used the immortal tool to travel through the void. A day later, Lin Fei had completely refined the 8 Desolation 6-directional cauldron and memorized all the formations inside. He was glad that he was lucky when he killed Spiritual Master Ji Bao. The 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron was equivalent to a support immortal tool. When in danger, it could break through the void, making it a helpless immortal tool. After refining the 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go out. Since the treasure tower has been taken down, I should consider a name. Lin Fei was excited. Creating a force in such a short period of time was something that he did not even dare to think about. After muttering to himself, Lin Fei decided on a name. Mythical Sect. Lin Fei's eyes flashed, his body was filled with domineering aura. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for creating the first force, Mythical Sect, establishing a sect, and becoming famous in the continent. Ding! Sect system activated. Ding! Sect newbie gift bag discovered. A series of notifications came from the system, causing Lin Fei to be dumbfounded. This system even came with the sect system? This was too amazing. Lin Fei quickly opened the sect system page and found out that Mythical Sect was rated as a third-grade sect. He was shocked and surprised. Let's see what's in the newbie gift bag first. He quickly opened the golden gift bag, revealing a long grid. The grid was filled with treasures. Ding! You can choose any 3 treasures. This is the best opportunity to lay the foundation for the sect. Lin Fei did not dare to neglect the system's reminder. The system's reminders were usually not wrong. An hour later, Lin Fei thought about what he should choose. First, I want the Heaven Engulfing Demon Yuan art. This was a heaven-grade mystic art. The reason why he chose such a demonic art was because Lin Fei fancied its power and use. The Bloody Hand Hall had recruited a group of subordinates, but for a sect, there were still certain disadvantages. Who knows when it would explode, or if the sect encountered danger, they would leave at the first moment. Lin Fei had been thinking about how to deal with this. With the appearance of the Heaven Engulfing Demon Yuan art, Lin Fei knew how to deal with it. The biggest use of this demonic art was to devour the opponent's strength to increase one's own strength. Ordinary people needed time to cultivate, but once this demonic art was cultivated, time would become a thing of the past. The Heaven Engulfing Demon Yuan art had a total of 10 levels. Once this demonic art was cultivated, no one would be able to resist the temptation. Cultivating bitterly was not as fast as refining a person. The 10 levels of the Heaven Engulfing Demon Yuan art were different. The first level could absorb 10% of the opponent's true energy, and the 10th level would absorb 100% of the opponent's true energy. This kind of temptation, no one would refuse. With this demonic art, Lin Fei believed that even if he chased these people away, they would not leave. Instead, they would shamelessly stay and be loyal. This kind of method to increase their strength was something they could not refuse. With this demonic art, Lin Fei's previous troubles disappeared like smoke. Second, I choose the Demon Heart Pill. Devouring large amounts of true energy could easily cause inner demons, so one had to take the Demon Heart Pill. Lin Fei asked for the Demon Heart Pill's formula. Even if this demonic art was spread, once it was used, without the Demon Heart Pill, the opponent would definitely die, losing a life for nothing. This kind of Demon Heart Pill was useful in the early stages and not needed in the later stages. Of course, that was only for the strong. Third, I choose the Immortal Sect formation. The first 2 were to lay the foundation for the sect. The third was the Mountain Gate formation, a formation at the level of Celestial Immortal. Once this formation was set up, even if a Celestial Immortal came, they would not be able to return. Lin Fei could not guard the sect all the time. If there was a Celestial Immortal level formation, he would not have to worry. On the Xiantian continent there might be Celestial Immortals, but not many. With this level of formation, Lin Fei did not need to worry. The only thing that hurt was that this Celestial Immortal level formation required a lot of resources to set up. After all, a formation of this level required extremely expensive materials to set up in order to unleash its true power. Although Lin Fei felt the pain, for the future of the sect, this formation had to be set up. After all, wool comes from the sheep. In the space bag, Lin Fei saw the demonic art, the pill formula, and the formation. What a mysterious cultivation method! Are you really going to use it as a sect cultivation method? After seeing this demonic art, the scarlet refining heavenly demon immediately felt its depth. Although there is a certain gap between it and the demonic art of our heavenly demon clan, it is still the top cultivation method in the continent. Big brother, I have thought about it. If the sect does not have a powerful cultivation method, the people below will not really put their lives on the line. With this demonic art, no one can refuse it. After all, if you learn this demonic art, you can become an expert in the continent in the future. You can even ascend to the heavenly realm. Chapter 541. Inside the 8 desolate 6-directional cauldron, Lin Fei gathered all the members of the Bloody Hand Hall together and prepared for a formal lecture. The Bloody Hand Hall quickly eliminated the Supreme Treasure Tower, and the powerhouses that joined them undoubtedly gave them hope and motivation. If you don't want to mix, then don't mix. If you want to mix, then mix with the best. This has always been the philosophy of the strong. Taoist Leng Shui, what do you think Lin Fei wants to do today? In the immortal tool space, the loose immortals gathered together, forming a circle that outsiders could not enter. Taoist Leng Shui was the first to surrender. She admired the strength of Lin Fei and Taoist Qi Lian, but she did not regard herself as a member of the Bloody Hand Hall. It was nothing more than a heavenly oath to work for the other party for 500 years. Who knows? Taoist Leng Shui coldly snorted. The other loose immortal's temperament was almost similar to Taoist Leng Shui. They were all under pressure and made a heavenly oath. In the face of life and death, they had no choice but to choose. 500 years was nothing to itinerant immortals like them. Perhaps one could go into seclusion, the other could cultivate, and it would be over. After 500 years, they would regain their freedom. Lin Fei and Taoist Qi Lian's strength is really terrifying. Supreme Treasure Tower has stood in the Sin Paradise for thousands of years. Unexpectedly, it was destroyed and Taoist Qi Lian was killed. Fortunately, we did not resist to the end. Otherwise, we would have been annihilated like Taoist Qi Lian. Every loose immortal thought of that scene, and their faces could not help but turn pale. Lin Fei and Reverend Qi Lian were too strong, so strong that they were unable to resist. Even if they used all their means, they would still be suppressed. They had seen what it meant to say that there was always someone stronger. Lin Fei and Taoist Qi Lian are here. When Lin Fei and Taoist Qi Lian appeared, the original discussion quietly quieted down. Whether it was the loose immortals or those who surrendered later, no one dared to say a word at this time, for fear of being accidentally destroyed. Everyone, listen up. Facing tens of thousands of people, Lin Fei was no longer afraid of this scene. He opened his mouth and suppressed the momentum of tens of thousands of people. Rumble sound shook their hearts. From today onwards, the Bloody Hand Hall will change its name to Mythology Sect. Lin Fei said in a heroic manner, "You will become the first batch of disciples of Mythology Sect." Everyone was puzzled, but no one dared to say anything. If a person wasn't cruel, they wouldn't be afraid. If it was someone weaker, they would have questioned him on the spot. "You should be proud of this," Lin Fei said. "It's because you guys have a treatment that others can't enjoy. After becoming a disciple of the Mythology Sect, you guys will be able to learn the peak ultimate arts of the continent, and all of you will be able to stand out. With your current strength, you guys are nothing but trash in my eyes, trash among trash. I alone can kill all of you." Lin Fei's aura was filled with killing intent. No one dared to doubt that he had the ability to kill them. Everyone's attention was on the top-notch unique skill that Lin Fei mentioned. The temptation was not shallow. "Bring them here." Immediately, someone escorted a group of people up, and they were the diehard supporters of the Treasure Pavilion. You guys must really want to know what the mythology sect's heaven-grade ultimate skill is. Lin Fei was very satisfied with their reaction. Heaven-engulfing demonic origin technique. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and demonic qi rippled. The diehard supporters of the treasure pavilion that he brought up quickly turned into dried corpses, losing all their essence, qi, and spirit. Go! With a flick of his finger, a mass of qi wrapped in power landed on the bodies of some people in front. Meditate and refine. Lin Fei's words were like a supreme divine voice, guiding them on how to proceed. Haha, I've leveled up. I'm finally a sage. A mystique, venerable villain below suddenly leveled up to a sage. I've also leveled up. I'm now a late-stage sage. Those who had just received the mass of qi had their strength increase explosively, breaking through their current cultivation level. It was like a dream. The itinerant immortals who had been watching were all stunned. What a terrifying ultimate skill! Could it be that Lin Fei has cultivated this kind of domineering ultimate skill? Is that why he's so powerful? That must be it. The itinerant immortals were tempted. Which one of them was willing to be a lone ranger? Wasn't he a guy who was not loved by his grandmother? What everyone saw just now is the mythical gate's ultimate martial art, the sky-engulfing demonic origin technique. Lin Fei had done that just now precisely so that they would have a process of acceptance. Anyone who learns this demonic technique can be as powerful as me. The prerequisite is that you have to contribute to the mythical gate. The sky-engulfing demonic origin technique has a total of 10 levels. Everyone present was stimulated. No one had ever thought of letting them cultivate a heaven-tier ultimate skill. More importantly, this ultimate skill was too domineering. When had a heaven-tier martial art not caused rivers of blood? This was especially so domineering. They had probably only thought about it in their dreams. Lin Fei's voice contained a supreme demonic voice. This was what he had learned from the scarlet refined heavenly demonic hand. The two of them often fought and exchanged martial arts. These people were all stimulated. I want to make a contribution. I want to stand out. They were born into good families and have plenty of cultivation resources. Why don't they have to worry about cultivation? I want to kill them and refine them. Among them, the most excited were the mystic venerables of the mystic sect. If there were no accidents, they would be stuck at this level for the rest of their lives. No matter how strong they were, they would not be able to get much stronger. However, with a heaven-tier martial art, they saw hope. They saw the scene of standing out. All they needed to do was to make contributions and accumulate merit points. Once a person had hope, they would become crazy. Lin Fei had given them a reason to be crazy. Those places that they had thought were unattainable were no longer difficult now. In front of everyone, Lin Fei taught everyone the first level of the sky-engulfing demonic origin technique. Everyone sat down cross-legged and cultivated this heaven-tier martial art. Their faces were filled with craziness. Little brother, you've succeeded. They are all possessed. If the scarlet refined heavenly demonic hand did not have the heavenly demonic clan's ultimate skill, he might have been addicted to this crazy feeling. Lin Fei had already expected this. What they lacked was hope. Now that I've given them hope, let's see how they digest this hope. The first level of the sky-engulfing demonic origin technique was suitable for anyone to cultivate. However, the later stages required realms. Only when the realms were there could they continue cultivating. To obtain the second level, they had to pay the price and willingly fight for the mythical sect. Ding! Player Lin Fei has obtained the power of faith. Lin Fei was stunned. The power of faith? Ding! The power of faith is a supreme power. As long as you cultivate the sky-engulfing demonic origin technique, the power of faith will continue to increase. You will be able to obtain the entire sect's power for a short period of time. What? There's such a good thing? Lin Fei was shocked. The power of faith was this terrifying? Obtaining the entire sect's power for a short period of time was equivalent to not fighting alone. Lin Fei immediately understood that as long as he cultivated the sky-engulfing demonic origin technique, he would have his own existence in his heart. He would be able to transcend the power of faith through space. Good. I didn't expect the sect system to have such benefits. Lin Fei was excited. I want to expand my influence. The more power of faith, the better. Waves of power of faith entered his body. Lin Fei could easily feel that there was a slight change in his strength. This change was very, very slight. Only Lin Fei, whose divine sense had reached the heaven immortal level, could sense it. Ji Treasure Tower had now changed its name to the Mythical Sect. Lin Fei had yet to establish a sect. The Mythical Sect was merely a name. A gang and a sect were two different things. If Lin Fei made his sect public, the major powers in Sin Paradise would definitely not let it go so easily. After all, the meaning of a sect was different. After Ji Treasure Tower changed its name to the Mythical Sect, the various powers were silent. They were very unhappy with the Bloody Hand Hall not following the rules. They were equivalent to a mad dog that bit people randomly. They maintained a wait-and-see attitude. After devouring Ji Treasure Tower, Lin Fei needed some time to digest it. If they didn't come looking for trouble, he naturally wouldn't look for trouble with them. This was exactly what Lin Fei was thinking. Big Brother Qilian, the matters of the Mythical Sect are almost settled. Now that I have a firm foothold in Sin Paradise, I have the time to help you. Back in the Endless Sea, Qilian had mentioned that Lin Fei would help him. At that time, Lin Fei didn't think that things would stabilize so quickly. It should be said that it was beyond imagination. Qilian didn't misjudge Lin Fei and didn't hide anything. I was suppressed for 1,000,000 years. Back then, I had many good friends on the continent. If they didn't die, they should still be alive. Your mythical sect lacks experts. If my old friends are willing to come, your mythical sect will be able to become a first-grade sect in the shortest time possible. Lin Fei was very touched. Won't this be too troublesome? It's not troublesome, Qilian said. Every time there is a huge change in the continent, there will always be some people who are forgotten by the river of history. I hope that my friends can survive. The mythical sect grew stronger quickly. However, they lacked true experts. Those solo experts with the strength of loose immortals could only guard a certain place. They couldn't be considered true experts. It was a must that the mythical sect needed true experts to guard it. Qilian's 9 subordinates were currently the strongest. With them guarding the mythical sect and the 8 Desolation 6-directional cauldron, the other powers could only watch helplessly. The Empire is in constant war. Chaos has appeared. Lin Fei and Qilian came out from Sin Paradise and flew towards the west. Everywhere they passed, they saw many battles between empires. Black armies were engaged in battle. Blood flowed like rivers and there were countless deaths and injuries. Compared to 2 months ago, the continent was much more chaotic. They flew towards the west and encountered many wandering bandits. They robbed homes and were extremely savage. After rushing for 7 days, they arrived at an empire called Taichu. It was a huge empire that could be ranked in the top 20 of the continent. On the Xiantian continent there were almost 100 empires. Among them, there were strong and weak empires. Taichu Empire's strength could be ranked in the top 20. It was a true leviathan of the continent. Chapter 542. The Taichu Empire had a population of over 100 billion and produced countless powerful beings. Ordinary empires only had a population of tens of billions. A truly large empire would have a population of at least 100 billion. With a large population, the birth rate of geniuses would be higher, and it would imperceptibly strengthen the empire. Brother Qilian, is the person you're looking for still in the empire? Lin Fei suspected that Qilian had remembered the wrong place. They had been in the Taichu Empire for 2 days, but they were still unable to find the person that Qilian was looking for. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Qilian's brows furrowed. That old friend of mine once said that he was living in seclusion in the Taichu Empire. If I hadn't been suppressed and lost my communication talisman, I wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. Qi Lian was suppressed in the death dimension, and all of his belongings had been taken away. Why would he need to spend so much effort to find a person? At the mention of this, Qi Lian was very angry. We still have time. Lin Fei replied, we can take our time to search. If that old friend of yours hasn't perished, then he should be in the Taichu Empire. Qi Lian had no other choice. This is all we can do for now. If he could not find the whereabouts of the other party, Qi Lian did not want to continue searching. He could not afford to waste time outside. After 1,000,000 years, it was unknown whether his old friend was still alive or not. In the next few days, Lin Fei and Qi Lian continued to search, but they could not find any news of him. It was as if he had disappeared without a trace. Qi Lian was depressed. Forget it, I can't find him. My old friend should be gone. He didn't want to continue and decided to find another old friend. After searching for so many days, Lin Fei still couldn't find the other party. He didn't have much hope. It had been too long, and it was still unknown whether the other party was still around. Just as they were about to leave, Qi Lian's eyes lit up with joy. Don't go yet, I sense a familiar aura. Immediately, Qi Lian led Lin Fei along the main street. After turning east and west, they appeared on a wide, bustling street. Little bastard, I'll kill you today. There were many onlookers on the street. It turned out that a disciple from an aristocratic family was attacking a young man and a young woman. Looking at the situation, the young man and the young woman were clearly at a disadvantage, and were not a match for them. You know them? Lin Fei was also curious. These two didn't seem to have any connection. They should be the descendants of my old friend. Qi Lian smiled. Did you see that young girl? The bracelet on her hand is the one I refined in the past and gave to my friend. Lin Fei suddenly realized what was going on. He also noticed that the string was a profound heaven spiritual treasure. Big brother, you know how to forge weapons? Crafting equipment is nothing to me. Qi Lian was quite proud of himself. I didn't think that my old friend, who said that he wouldn't find a Tao companion, would actually find one. Whoosh, the man and woman clearly could not block the other party's attack. At the crucial moment, they withdrew their auras and erupted with a milky white light that enveloped the two of them, blocking the other party's killing move. Humph, you've got guts. How dare you steal my treasure? Now that you've been caught red-handed, let's see what you have to say. The person who attacked was a young master of an aristocratic family. He had a frivolous expression on his face, and when his gaze fell on the bracelet, a look of greed appeared on his face. Bullshit, this was passed down from our ancestors. When did it belong to you? The young man was furious and glared at the other party with murderous intent. Take them down for me. Kill the man and sell the woman. The young master sneered. He was determined to get this profound heaven spiritual treasure bracelet. Boom, 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 the subordinates of the young master rushed to attack. The milky white power was constantly shaken, and the color began to gradually dim. Sister, what should we do? The young man panicked. Although they were temporarily safe, they could not withstand the repeated attacks of the other party. Sooner or later they would fall into their hand. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have come to the imperial capital. The woman felt very guilty. Later, you used the teleportation talisman to leave. I'll hold them off. No. The young man shook his head. I'll hold them off. You go first. The young master laughed. You don't have to leave. I've set up a space-locking array on the street. You can't leave. The milky white light became fainter and fainter. It was about to be broken. The two of them were even more disheartened. Admit defeat. Another wave of terrifying power attacked, wanting to destroy their only hope. The crowd could not bear to watch anymore. There was no chance of survival in the hands of this young master. Just at this moment, a black-robed man appeared in front of them and blocked all the attacks. With a slap, including the young master, they were instantly smashed into pieces. A few ants and you dare to be cocky. The one who attacked was the red refining heavenly demon. With the temperament of the heavenly demon, there was no need for any reason to kill. Killing was killing. Go. The red refining heavenly demon waved his hand and a huge force wrapped around the two of them. He tore open the void and disappeared from the street. The young master of the Wang family is dead. What a terrifying strength just now. That person must be a loose, immortal expert. This is called the evil that you brought upon yourself. I already said that the young master of the Wang family would die in the hands of others sooner or later. The crowd on the street dispersed. The young master of the Wang family was killed. If they continued to stay, it would be hard to guarantee that they would get into trouble. In the blink of an eye, the street was empty. Sister, this person is so strong. What should we do? They were going to die in the hands of the young master of the Wang family. In the blink of an eye, they fell into the hands of a strong, loose immortal. The man and the woman were not lightly frightened. All right. You are safe now. On a mountain peak outside the imperial capital, the red refining heavenly demon put the two of them down. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Shangguan Shui was polite. In front of this kind of loose immortal, they did not dare to have any thoughts. Is your old ancestor still here? Shangguan Shui thought that she had encountered a passing loose immortal. Are you old ancestor's friend? Little girl, you are quite smart. The red refining heavenly demon laughed. That's right. I and your old ancestor are good friends. The Xian Tian spiritual treasure in your hands was also refined by me. It's just that your strength is too weak. You are unable to unleash its true power. Otherwise, a few mere emperors would not be able to break through the defense. After finding the whereabouts of his old friend, the red refining heavenly demon was in a good mood. Senior, please save my old ancestor. Shangguan Shui was overjoyed and hurriedly asked for help. What happened to your old ancestor? The red refining heavenly demon was very surprised. You lead the way. Without saying a word, he wrapped them up and directly tore open the void. Senior, my house is in the valley in front. Shangguan Shui pointed to a valley in front of them. The red refining heavenly demon waved his hand and entered the valley. Although the formation outside was powerful, it could not stop him. Soon after, he appeared in a small space. After all, when one's strength reached a certain level, they could break open space and create their own space. Since he was Qi Lian's old friend, creating a space was easy. So when the red refining heavenly demon and Lin Fei barged in, the experts in the valley were alarmed. Who are you? When these people came out and saw Qi Lian with Shangguan Shui, they thought that they were captured. Without saying a word, they attacked. Father, no. Shangguan Shui hurriedly said. This senior was too strong. He could easily enter the formation outside. He was not someone that the Shangguan clan could offend. Suppress. The red refining heavenly demon suppressed them one by one with a tyrannical aura. Old red refining heavenly demon, your temper is still so bad. Is there a need to make things difficult for them? Suddenly, a pale-faced middle-aged man flew out. Old ancestor. The Shangguan clan people were ashamed. They were suppressed the moment they attacked. If the other party wanted to kill them, it would just be a matter of a thought. Old ghost, I thought that you were dead. The red refining heavenly demon released his aura. Only then did the Shangguan clan people regain their freedom. The person who came out was the Shangguan clan's old ancestor, Shangguan Hong. He was an old ghost who had lived for millions of years. However, his expression was not good. You old devil didn't die. How can I die before you? Shangguan Hong laughed. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and thank me for not killing you. It was rare for the Shangguan clan to see the old ancestor so happy. The red refining heavenly demon waved his hand. Ignorance is not a crime. I won't blame them. Old ghost Shangguan, how did you end up like this? The red refining heavenly demon frowned. Who injured you? Shangguan Hong's face was pale. His injuries were severe and he was unable to recover. Don't mention it. I am ashamed to say it. I am a great loose immortal, but I failed miserably and ended up like this. No wonder I couldn't find you. You were hiding to heal. The red refining heavenly demon realized, this poison is really powerful. No wonder you had to hide to heal. Shangguan Hong laughed bitterly. It is good enough that I am alive. Is there really no other way? The red refining heavenly demon could not see that his old friend was severely injured, especially the poison in his body. It was not easy to get rid of it, otherwise he would not be so weak. Shangguan Hong shook his head. It is very difficult. You should know that the red lotus heavenly fire is extremely poisonous. This poison has no antidote. It is good enough that I am alive. As for antidote, I don't want to think about it. Who did it? Tell me. I will kill him first. Even though the red refining heavenly demon was suppressed for millions of years, his temper was still as bad as before. No need. Those people are very strong. Shangguan Hong knew that the heavenly demon clan had been suppressed. It was not easy for them to get out. Naturally, he did not want to attract the attention of those forces. This is an old friend of mine, Lin Fei. If it wasn't for his help, I probably wouldn't have been able to get out. The red refining heavenly demon introduced. Lin Fei, this is my old friend, Shangguan Hong. Greetings, Senior Shangguan Hong. Lin Fei was very polite. Young Master Lin, you are really young and promising. Even though Shangguan Hong's strength had regressed a lot, he could see that Lin Fei was a proud son of heaven. He believed in the red refining heavenly demon's judgment. Senior, you flatter me. Lin Fei was quite humble. Do you have a way to help Shangguan Hong expel the poison? The red refining heavenly demon suddenly asked. Old demon, there is no need. This poison cannot be cured. Don't reject it. Lin Fei is not an ordinary person. Maybe he has a way. Lin Fei was very clear that this was a favor from Big Brother Qi Lian. If he could cure Shangguan Hong, it would be much easier for him to recruit Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew that the red lotus heavenly fire was a very strange poison. The heavenly fire burned in one's body, burning one's true yuan every day. After burning one's true yuan, it would burn one's entire body and soul. This poison was something that Lin Fei had only seen in some ancient books. From the first time he saw Shangguan Hong, he could feel that there was a flame in his body. It was very vicious. The person who dared to use this poison must be very evil. The red lotus heavenly fire was a kind of long-term torture. Fortunately, Shangguan Hong was a powerful loose immortal. He refined the heaven and earth spiritual qi every day to resist the red lotus heavenly fire. If it was an emperor stage ranker, they would be tortured to death in less than 100 years. But even so, Shangguan Hong could not hold on any longer. He was at the end of his rope. Senior Shangguan, the red lotus heavenly fire in your body is at its limit. I have an idea. Since I can't get rid of the red lotus heavenly fire, can I use other flames to burn it and fight poison with poison? Lin Fei asked. I have thought of this and tried it before, but the red lotus heavenly fire is too vicious. It seems to be cleansed, but it will continue to breed again. It can't be truly removed, and then it will occupy the body again. As time passes, the red lotus heavenly fire will develop the ability to resist any other flames. Shangguan Hong said helplessly. Since Shangguan Hong said so, Lin Fei had an idea. The red lotus heavenly fire was just a flame of this world. He had a divine fire, so it shouldn't be a problem to deal with this kind of vicious flame. If Senior is willing, I can try to get rid of the flame. Lin Fei opened his palm, and a divine fire appeared in his palm. It was so hot that Shangguan Hong's expression changed. What a mysterious flame! I can't see through it. Shangguan Hong knew that the person that the old devil had his eyes on was definitely not an ordinary person. He did not think that he could use such a tyrannical flame. Old devil, how is it? I was right. The scarlet refining heavenly demon was glad that he brought Lin Fei here. Otherwise, with his ability, it would be difficult to solve this problem. Shangguan Hong was obviously excited. This flame is so tyrannical. Maybe it can defeat the Red Lotus heavenly fire. Big brother, I will have to trouble you to protect me. The divine fire in Lin Fei's hand was very tyrannical and had to be carefully controlled. I will protect you. Shangguan Hong did not refuse. Anyway, at this stage, there was no harm in giving it a try. 3 days. In 3 days, Lin Fei killed all of the Red Lotus heavenly fire, not leaving a single flame behind. Divine fire was the flame of heaven and earth. It was incomparably tyrannical. Even a rogue immortal could refine it. When the Red Lotus heavenly fire met the divine fire, it was directly burned to ashes. Because the Red Lotus heavenly fire occupied the home ground and was very cunning, Lin Fei only spent 3 days to completely wipe out the Red Lotus heavenly fire. Without the Red Lotus heavenly fire's attack, Shangguan Hong's aura immediately returned to normal. Although he still looked weak, he only needed to rest for a few days to recover. Chapter 543. Inside the Taichu Empire, a group of people was charging toward the city in an imposing manner. The expressions of some passers-by changed drastically in the face of this mighty group of people, and they hurriedly moved to the side, opening up a path to avoid being killed. Are you sure that son of AB*TCH is from the Shangguan clan? These people were none other than members of the imperial capital's Wang clan's faction. After all, a direct descendant of the Wang clan, who was one of the more favored ones, was killed in front of so many people. The Wang clan couldn't swallow this insult. We found out that the man and woman are from the Shangguan clan. The leader of the group looked somewhat familiar to the young master who was killed. He was the young master's third uncle, who held a high position in the clan. The Shangguan clan has gone too far. Wang Guan sneered. We didn't take care of the Shangguan clan, but they came looking for trouble. This time, I'm going to wipe out the entire Shangguan clan. The Shangguan clan wasn't very prominent in the Taichu Empire, so most people didn't know about it. As a major force in the Taichu Empire, the Wang clan knew about the Shangguan clan. Even though the Shangguan clan wasn't very big, they had a high-level itinerant immortal among their rank. Third uncle, that old bastard from the Shangguan clan is a bit troublesome. Wang Guan didn't care. Don't worry about that old bastard Shangguan Hong. It's been several hundred years, so he can't be that powerful. Everyone knows that his true essence is being devoured by the Red Lotus heavenly fire. It's already difficult for him to survive, so how can he kill anyone? Shangguan Hong was the only powerful person in the Shangguan clan. In order to destroy the Shangguan clan, Wang Guan brought his family's worshippers to deal with Shangguan Hong personally. It's in the valley ahead. The Shangguan clan wasn't really a hidden clan. The people of the Taichu Empire would know about it. Besides, a major force like the Wang clan could easily find the residents of a small clan. Break in! Wang Guan gave the order. The mighty group of disciples behind him instantly attacked, and the array formation in the valley was blasted apart. Old bastard Shangguan, come out and die! The Shangguan clan's spell formation was revealed, and ripples appeared on its surface. A loud rumbling sound echoed in the area. Shangguan Hong was in a good mood after the Yin fire was gone. He asked Lin Fei and Qi Lian to stay and entertain them for a few days. The Wang clan. Shangguan Hong immediately recognized them with his divine sense, and his face darkened. The Wang clan is really arrogant. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon said, This Wang family is really narrow-minded. It must be because I killed their direct descendant disciple. The 3 of them were in the middle of drinking, so they were not in the mood. Humph, the Wang family really thinks that I don't dare to act. Shangguan Hong was furious. After getting rid of the Yin flame, Shangguan Hong had recovered most of his strength. He would not allow anyone to trample on his dignity as an itinerant immortal. If it was before, He might have tolerated Shangguan Hong before he got rid of the heavenly red lotus flame. After all, the Shangguan clan still needed to survive in the Taichu Empire. Currently, Shangguan Hong was the most powerful person in the Shangguan clan. Even though he had a few itinerant immortals, they were nothing compared to the Taichu Empire, which was filled with experts. Shangguan Hong had to think about the Shangguan clan. Once he left, some forces would come looking for him. Because of this, Shangguan Hong kept a low profile, and the Shangguan clan kept a low profile. A low-profile clan could survive and endure many things. Now, Shangguan Hong couldn't take it anymore. Shangguan Hong was a powerful itinerant immortal, and his battle prowess was on par with Qi Lian Heavenly Clan. When an itinerant immortal was angry, he could kill thousands of miles, and even the Empire would tremble. Rumble, the spell formation in the valley rippled from time to time. It didn't take long to break it. Old bastard Shangguan Hong is really patient. Wang Guan sneered. Let's see how long you can endure. Once the spell formation is broken, I'll wipe out the entire Shangguan clan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Shangguan Hong and the other two appeared. Your Wang clan is going too far. Shangguan Hong was furious. With a loud rumbling sound, the space around him collapsed, revealing his opponent's true strength. Old bastard Shangguan, you finally came out. Wang Guan was full of killing intent. You killed my nephew. I'll wipe out the entire Shangguan clan. His gaze fell on Qi Lian Heavenly Clan. With the Wang clan's strength, they didn't need much time to recognize him. I killed him. Come and kill me if you dare. Qi Lian Heavenly Clan laughed. I'll kill 100 of these little bastards. Wang Guan was furious. How dare you kill a direct descendant of the Wang clan? You and the Shangguan clan will pay the price. Do it. Wang Guan brought 4 great priests this time, and each of them had the battle prowess of a 5th tribulation itinerant immortal, including himself. Such a force could easily kill the injured Shangguan old bastard. Young Master Lin, Qi Lian, you don't need to do anything. Shangguan Hong stopped them. I haven't fought for 1,000 years. Some people in the Taichu Empire have almost forgotten about me. I'll make sure they never forget this day. Lin Fei and Qi Lian knew that Shangguan Hong was really angry. The anger of a peak 6th tribulation itinerant immortal was terrifying. Reincarnation of 10,000 swords. A golden longsword appeared in Shangguan Hong's hand. He slashed down in the air, and a 1,000-foot-long sword light turned into a huge reincarnation vortex. The Wang clan is in trouble. Qi Lian laughed. This is an immortal sword. 1,000,000 years have passed, and the old bastard's swordsmanship has reached an extremely high level. Lin Fei could also see the domineering power of this sword, as well as the irresistible power of an immortal sword. Rumble, the reincarnation vortex swept past, and the sword light contained the power of an immortal sword shredded the bodies of the weaker subordinates Wang Guan brought. Shangguan Hong's sword caused heavy casualties in the Wang clan. The 4 great priests immediately took action. A 1,000-foot-long black dragon rolled up and down in the air. Its aura was no weaker than Shangguan Hong's. Roar! 2 sword lights shot out of the black dragon's mouth, one in front and one behind. They turned into 2 dragon claws that tore through the air and suddenly appeared in front of Shangguan Hong. Old bastard Shangguan, if you were at your peak, I might be afraid of you. But now you're just a sickly old man. How much combat power can you use? Prepare to die. Wang Guan laughed sinisterly. The 4 sinecures had made a move, and they had even employed a formation to kill Shangguan Hong, who was not as strong as he was back then. They could have easily killed him. So what if Shangguan Hong had an immortal sword? They could kill him if they wanted to. Humph, these 4 great priests want to kill me. Shangguan Hong looked disdainful. Reincarnation Kingdom. Shangguan Hong's sword momentum changed, and a destructive power suddenly burst out. The immortal sword turned into a reincarnation vortex, disintegrating the 4 great priests' joint attack. The reincarnation vortex kept expanding, and the entire space quickly turned into a whirlpool of heaven. Did you see that? This is the old bastard's real combat power. He inherited the 3,000 immortal arts, the reincarnation art. Later, he merged it into his sword technique and turned it into reincarnation. That's why the old bastard Shangguan is also called the reincarnation sage. Qi Lian explained. Lin Fei was shocked. Senior Shangguan is really powerful. He can even merge the 3,000 immortal arts into his sword technique. I think this reincarnation art is not an ordinary immortal art. No one can escape reincarnation. They should not be able to stop it. Watching from the side, Lin Fei could also feel great danger from the reincarnation. The 4 great priests were strong when they joined forces, but they could not compete with Senior Shangguan. Boom! The reincarnation vortex crushed over and broke the 4 great priests' formation. The 4 people's expressions changed drastically. In front of this reincarnation, they felt they were too small. Crash! The 2 consecrators who were slow to react were immediately reincarnated, their bodies and Tao disappearing. You're healed. Wang Guan tried his best to resist the reincarnation vortex. His face was pale. He could not imagine this result. The 4 great priests could not suppress the old bastard Shangguan. At the same time, he quickly tore a teleportation talisman. Since you're here, leave something behind. Crash! Wang Guan screamed. An arm fell from the sky and blood sprayed down. The Wang family came aggressively. Except for Wang Guan and the 2 priests, the others died in Shangguan Hong's hands. What a pity! Shangguan Hong shook his head and watched them leave. If I had another half a month, they would all be dead. Although the Red Lotus heavenly fire was expelled, Shangguan Hong's injuries were too severe, and he had used too much energy. He could not recover in a short time. If the Red Lotus heavenly fire was not expelled, he would probably die today. Shangguan Hong was called the reincarnation sage. His combat power was above the reincarnation sage. Once he used it, it would consume a lot of vital energy. The Red Lotus heavenly fire devoured vital energy. Once the vital energy was consumed, Shangguan Hong would not be able to hold on for long. Old geezer, you're lucky. Qi Lian laughed. The Wang family lost a lot this time. You killed 2 fifth tribulation scattered immortals. They're going to vomit blood when they get back. A large force like the Wang family did not care about low-level scattered immortals. They could continue to recruit them, but 5th tribulation scattered immortals were mid-level scattered immortals. Losing 2 mid-level scattered immortals was enough to make the Wang family sad for a long time. They would become a joke if they lost 2 mid-level scattered immortals for a disciple of the Wang family. Senior Shangguan, the Wang family is attacking. What do you plan to do next? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Plan? Shangguan Hong immediately understood. Young Master Lin, do you have any suggestions? Senior Shangguan, the Red Lotus heavenly flame in your body has been neutralized, and you've killed 2 mid-tier itinerant immortals from the Wang family today, so they definitely won't let you off the hook. They'll attack you again sooner or later, so I think it's best that I leave the Taichu Empire. I think it's best for me to leave the Taichu Empire, Lin Fei said sincerely. I have a good place. They won't dare to attack. Senior Shangguan, you don't have to worry about your clansmen. Shangguan Hong laughed. Are you trying to persuade me? Chapter 544. Lin Fei and the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon tried to persuade Shangguan Hong. Shangguan Hong was no fool. He knew what the consequences of killing 2 mid-level loose immortals of the Wang family would be. Moreover, it was a sincere invitation, so he agreed. The Shangguan clan had many enemies in the Taichu Empire. If the Wang family took the lead, they wouldn't let it go easily, and it would bring disaster to the clan. Shangguan Hong was a mid-stage itinerant immortal, but he was outnumbered. It wasn't a good idea to stay in the Taichu Empire any longer, so he decided to leave with Lin Fei and Qi Lian. Lin Fei was his savior, and Qi Lian was his old friend. Naturally, Shangguan Hong had good intentions when he heard this. The Shangguan clan left on the same day. After all, they didn't have a lot of people, only a few thousand. It was easy to pack up. As expected, after the Shangguan clan left, Wang Guan, who was injured, turned the truth upside down. He said that Shangguan Hong had colluded with outsiders to kill people from the Wang family. He kept accusing Shangguan Hong of killing people from the Wang family. The entire Wang family was furious. Shangguan Hong had gone too far. If they didn't teach the Shangguan clan a lesson, the Wang family would lose face. The Wang family arranged for a high-stage itinerant immortal to lead a team to wipe out the Shangguan clan. However, when the high-stage itinerant immortal arrived, he found that the Shangguan clan was empty, and the dimension was destroyed. They didn't know where the Shangguan clan had gone. Within the Taichu Empire, the Wang family suddenly became a laughingstock. As a result, some of the smaller forces were targeted by the Wang family. A few days later, Lin Fei returned with Shangguan Hong's entire family. He arranged for them to live in the Legend Tower. The 8 Desolations 6-directional cauldron was the safest place in the world. It was spacious enough, and it was still very big. Young Master Lin, I was right about you. Shangguan Hong was relieved when his family moved into the 8 Desolations 6-directional cauldron. I didn't expect you to have an immortal artifact. No wonder you say it's the safest place in the world. Lin Fei chuckled. I was lucky. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to invite you here. Since the people from the Shangguan clan were here, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. As for helping them, he didn't even need to ask them, they would definitely help him. There was no need to doubt the intelligence of a mid-level loose immortal. The fact that the other party had agreed to it was already enough to prove everything. Young Master Lin, you don't have to call me senior. Shangguan Hong said, just like Qi Lian, call me Big Brother Shangguan. Lin Fei rejoiced in his heart. He had once again brought their relationship closer. It was smoother than he had imagined. Big Brother Shangguan. Shangguan Hong laughed heartily. Since you call me Big Brother Shangguan as your big brother, I might not be able to do anything else, but I can definitely help you take care of the Myth Tower. Thank you, Brother Shangguan. Now that Shangguan Hong had personally spoken up, it meant that he owed Lin Fei a favor. When a mid-stage loose immortal spoke up, his words were even more useful than swearing an oath to the Tao of the Heavens. After all, it was a promise. As a loose immortal, promises were quite terrifying. In the future, it would severely affect the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, loose immortals rarely promised anything, but once they did, they would definitely do their best to fulfill their promise. In the short period of time they spent together, Shangguan Hong learned some information about Lin Fei from his old friend, Qi Lian. He acknowledged Lin Fei's ability. Who didn't want their clan to grow stronger and have a legacy of 10,000 years, or even hundreds of thousands of years? Lin Fei was so young, but his strength was so terrifying. Although he didn't believe that he was a reincarnation of a deity, it was certain that he was a reincarnation of an immortal. Befriending him now was equivalent to investing in him. In the next few days, Lin Fei and Shangguan Hong discussed sword technique. Both of them practiced sword techniques, sparring and exchanging pointers every day. Lin Fei's sword techniques improved greatly. When Lin Fei taught Shangguan Hong the heaven-engulfing demonic essence technique, Shangguan Hong was very surprised. To him, a large amount of energy needed time to replenish. If he had this ultimate technique, he would undoubtedly be able to quickly accumulate energy and become a 6th tribulation loose immortal. Shangguan Hong could see that Lin Fei was sincere when he handed over the heaven-grade martial art. Therefore, he also taught his 3000 immortal technique, Great Reincarnation Technique, to Lin Fei. Lin Fei used his innate talent to quickly learn it, which left Shangguan Hong dumbfounded. Apart from reincarnated immortals, this kind of innate talent was really difficult to grasp. Among the 3,000 immortal techniques, some were easy, some were difficult, and they required time to comprehend. The Great Reincarnation technique was more difficult to comprehend, and it required a very strong innate talent. Back then, in order to comprehend the 3,000 immortal techniques, Shangguan Hong had spent a full 10 years to comprehend the Great Reincarnation technique. Now that he saw that Lin Fei easily comprehended it, Shangguan Hong couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder old demon Qi Lian came to find him. After returning from the Taichu Empire, Lin Fei exchanged insights and cultivated. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. The Qi Lian heavenly demon went out alone to visit his old friends. As long as he didn't encounter any high-level itinerant immortals, ordinary itinerant immortals wouldn't be able to harm him. Big brother Shangguan, I'll leave the matter of the Godmyth Tower to you. After almost half a year, Lin Fei prepared to return to his hometown. Recently, he had been feeling uneasy. Furthermore, the continent was not peaceful, and there were endless wars. He was worried about his family and the woman he hadn't seen in 10 years. Don't worry and go back. I'll be here, Shangguan Hong said. There's been a lot of commotion on the continent recently. Your family is a small empire, and there's a high chance that they'll be annexed. You can bring your family out, and it'll save you a lot of trouble. Lin Fei gave a few more instructions before leaving Sin Paradise alone. When he left, he still changed his appearance. After all, the matter of the Heavenly Secrets treasure vault had caused a lot of commotion. If news of what happened in Sin Paradise spread, it wouldn't be good. He had to endure for a while longer. If the Qi Lian heavenly demon brought his old friends back, he believed that the pressure would be reduced by a lot. Even if a few major forces attacked, they would still be very wary. One Shangguan Hong was already so powerful. The other old friends of the Qi Lian heavenly demon would definitely not be weak. Even if every one of them was as powerful as Shangguan Hong, they would still be a terrifying force. If there was a high-level itinerant immortal among them, the other party would be completely helpless and wouldn't dare to act rashly. Lin Fei didn't have to worry about returning to the falling empire. With a mid-level itinerant immortal like Shangguan Hong and an immortal artifact in his hands, unless someone was tired of living. He had been away for more than 10 years. Lin Fei missed home, his first home in this alien world. Sometimes, he would sigh with emotion. After such a long time, there weren't many things worth remembering. Apart from cultivation, it was still cultivation. Lin Fei also knew that on this continent, if you didn't work hard, you wouldn't be able to make a name for yourself. Which man didn't want to make a name for himself? If that person didn't want to make a name for himself, then he was trash, a piece of trash. On Earth, Lin Fei behaved himself. That was because there were all sorts of rules and regulations. You couldn't get past them. You were completely suppressed and had nowhere to vent your frustrations. The Xiantian continent was different. This was a place where strength mattered. If your fist was bigger, you had the right to speak. As for the rules and regulations, they were just made for the weak. When you became an expert and kept breaking through, the rules and regulations would become a joke. Because from then on, you would have the right to set the rules and regulations. Lin Fei wouldn't be able to achieve this in his entire life on Earth. He wouldn't be able to achieve it even if he had 10 lifetimes. But in the Xiantian continent, he could. Lin Fei liked the Xiantian continent. It was a place where a man fought hard. Now that he was at the Emperor stage and had the combat power of a fourth tribulation loose immortal, it took Lin Fei 3 days to return to the falling empire. After all, the falling empire was located in a remote place on the continent. Although there were constant wars on the continent, Lin Fei still hoped that at least the small empires wouldn't be affected. However, when he came down from the mid-level empires, he found that the wars in the small empires were even more intense. There were large numbers of martial artist armies everywhere. It was a vast black mass. Lin Fei's unease appeared again. I wonder how the falling empire is doing now. Lin Fei was really worried about the falling empire. After all, his woman and family were there. Although he had arranged for the mystical beasts to stand guard, things were different now. He was still worried. The situation on the continent was different. Lin Fei couldn't help but worry. Large empires could hold out for a longer period of time in the face of war. But small empires would send powerhouses as soon as they attacked. Just one mystique venerable powerhouse was enough to wipe out all the higher-ups. Kill all the remnants of the divine prowess sect. Don't let a single one escape. In the distance, a group of men in black was chasing another group of men in white. Uncle Zhangwen, what do we do? One of the men in white was pale. There were bloodstains on his white robes. You guys leave. I'll hold off the people from the divine war sect. Zhang Wen's breathing was unstable. He was also injured, but his eyes were determined. Yunxiang, as long as you go back and bring the news to Lin Fei, he'll definitely avenge us. The person next to him was Lin Fei's senior brother, Yunxiang. His strength had already reached the late-stage mystique venerable rank. It could be said that his talent was outstanding. Uncle Zhang, you leave. I'll hold them off. Yunxiang said, I can use a forbidden skill and unleash the strength of a beginner-stage sage. I can buy time for you. As long as one of you can escape, senior brother Lin Fei will definitely avenge us. Among those present, Yunxiang's strength was the strongest. Even Elder Zhang Wen's strength was only at the late-stage mystique venerable rank. Yunxiang gritted his teeth and unleashed a forbidden skill. He unleashed the strength of a beginner-stage sage in an attempt to buy time. A mere beginner-stage sage wants to stop us? Today, all of you will die. No one will be spared. The leader of the men in black sneered. He did not take the other party seriously at all. He suddenly took a step forward. Solar fist technique. Rumble, round after round of blazing suns crashed into Yunxiang's body, breaking through his defenses. His entire body was sent flying. Die! The men in black took another step forward and blasted their fists at the crowd.